A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
$53.
And now for our story. It was a most pathetic scene in Max's cell that closed our situation yesterday. Mary had literally dragged herself there from her sick bed to see Max. But what was more disturbing than Max's apparent despair at what he had done was the shift in the attitude of the townspeople. Many of them who the day before hailed Max as he came down the street, today were whispering of the dangers of having a reformed hoodlum at the head of their business enterprises. How far this whispering and ominous report and attitude toward Max will go, we don't know. But we do know that we are disturbed at Max's refusal to defend himself in the trial that will certainly result from his shooting of Benjamin Carter. It is this attitude that worries Daddy Stratford and John Fowler. Meantime, what are they doing about it? We shall see as our scene opens today in the office of John Fowler.
I'll bet it doesn't ring again in 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, it hadn't better ring in 2 minutes, because I'll tear it off at the
What did I tell you? Not even a minute.
Yeah, why don't you tell that operator something? That's driving me nuts. I can't think.
Now, take it easy, Alfred. No, we don't know anything.
Now, look, you old dodo, you're going to drive us nuts all day here. Tell that operator to stop ringing his number.
No, we can't do that, Alfred. We've got to keep the phone open in case we get an important call from Mary or Sheriff Barstow or somebody.
Well, do something with that phone now before I go crazy.
Let's see. Here, this old glove. I'll stick it behind the bell.
That's an idea. Stick it behind the bell and see if we can't get anywhere. Well, at last. I'm dizzy from all that ringing. Never heard a phone ring so much in my life as this one this morning.
Well, we're no farther along than we were. Now, what do we do? Max says he won't fight his case.
No, it's ding-dang nonsense. I never heard such truck before in all my life. Man's got to have gumption to fight, even if things look terrible against him.
Well, it isn't because Max hasn't gumption, Alfred. You can just mark my word for that.
No, if it ain't that, then it ain't nothing. Then with a fine wife like he's got and babies like them twins, and he won't fight for his life for them, it don't make sense, I tell you, son.
Alfred, do you really think it was accident?
No, how'd I know? Don't make no difference. Accidental or the real thing. He owes it to Mary and them twins to fight for himself.
I don't understand it. Him wanting to fight his own case or not at all.
I didn't know he even said he wanted to fight his own case. You just speculating again?
No, I'm not speculating, as you're prone to call it. He hinted it over in the cell yesterday.
I didn't hear it. Maybe he ought to fight his own case, seeing as how nobody believes he didn't done it accidental.
Alfred, you're just not talking plain sense. You get worse as you get older.
Now, none of your fine remarks now, John Fowler. We got the work to do, and don't you go conflicting issues.
But you don't seem to see that this is serious. This isn't any chicken-stealing case. It's murder in the first degree. Predetermined. No.
You mean preliminary homicide? Is that the word?
No, you get mixed up worse than Max. Oh, I got it. Premeditated homicide. Yes, premeditated homicide is what they call it, and that's bad in any man's court.
All right, you got the premeditated homicide, but what you going to do about it?
Well, I've got a plan.
You got a plan?
Yes.
Well?
Mr. Fowler, you must do something with these newspaper fellows. This one, for instance.
Say, who are these people, Butler? I thought you said you'd take me where I could get some real dope on this killer. What is this, a runaround?
I beg your pardon?
Would you mind telling what you two came busting into my office for?
Yes, so get out. We've got thinking to do, palavering with a couple of nitwits.
I'm really very sorry, sir, but you see, Mrs. Sothern...
Mary, nothing's happened to her.
No, only you see, sir, these newspaper fellows are driving Mrs. Sothern to distraction. Practically out of her mind. In fact, with their silly questions, asking her if her husband is a killer, Mr. Max. The very thought.
All right, Keith. Come to the point.
I'll have you understand, sir, my name is not Jesus.
Skip it.
Hey, do you two know anything about this case? This stuffed shirt here said you could give me the dope. Now spill something. Why won't Mr. Sothern talk? Is this guy Tilly crazy? Why won't he save himself, huh? Oh, look here, boys. Please talk. I've got to have a story.
We've got no story, so get out.
And don't try to get us by telephone either. We got that fixed.
Hey, you can't do this. I represent the press. And you, Butler, you lead me on a wild goose chase like this again? Well, I'm liable to crown you. I'm just going to go back to Mary Sothern. I'll haunt her till I get a story from her.
No, stop it now. Now, don't let him go back to Mrs. Max.
Now, just a minute. I think I begin to understand. You've been pestering Mrs. Sothern to get a story, is that it?
Well, Sherlock Holmes, how'd you guess that?
Now, look here. Haven't you fellows any other doorsteps to camp on?
That's terrible. Mary is just getting well from a case of poisoning.
Poisoning?
Yeah.
Say, you don't mean this hoodlum husband of hers tried to kill her, too, do you?
No, bright boy. They don't go together. Now, we've got no story to give you, and you might as well go and take your crowd away from Mrs. Sothern's doorstep.
Yeah, go and loaf on the jail doorstep if you need a place to sit.
Well, I never in all my... Such a town to get news from. Two of the biggest guys in this town get into a feud. One bumps the other off, and all I get is a lot of silly talk from a bunch of neighbors. But what is this?
Well, it's no place for you now. You better go. Because we got to figure out about Max's defense.
Oh, so you threw his brains, eh? What's the idea of kidding me?
He ain't kidding you. You just ain't got time to listen to your silly questions.
All right, then. You guys going to let this killer swing because he's got it coming to him, huh?
That silly ain't a killer. We're not letting him swing. We just can't get him to take any interest in his case.
Well, now we're getting someplace. Tilly ain't taking interest in his own case, huh?
Say, what are you writing down there?
The biography of a great news story. And I suppose he ain't taking interest in this case because he knows he's guilty, huh?
That ain't so. Max said himself last night. Yeah, you heard him last night yourself, Fowler. And Mary was there when he said it was accidental.
Swell. Killer says it was accidental.
Yeah.
Breaks down and tells his wife, the famous Mary Sothern.
Yeah.
It was an accident. He shot Benjamin Carter in the privacy of the latter's cell. Told in the eerie shadows of a jail cell while he wept in the arms of his consoling helpmate.
Hey, how did you know?
And I got imagination?
Oh.
Say he'll go to the bar of justice and accept his fate. Death in the electric chair.
Oh, no. Mr. Max wouldn't do that. It's that gentleman, and Mr. Max is a gentleman.
Says who?
It ain't true. Max is going to fight his own case.
Hot diggity dog sensation. Sam, this killer, decides to fight his own case.
Now,
What
wait a
a
minute.
story.
Now, wait a minute. You're spilling your head, Alfred Stratford. That isn't true about Max. He's going to get the very best criminal lawyer in the country to fight his case, Peter Clinton of Chicago.
What a story.
Yes.
I've got my story. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. And you too, Jeeves. You're not so dumb. You're good.
Oh, what does he mean? I'm not so dumb, I'm good.
I don't know. But don't mind him, Burberry. He's crazy. And now, Daddy, you spilled the whole thing to that reporter. Now our whole campaign to save Max will be spread in the papers tomorrow morning.
Hey, what do you mean, Fowler? Who said anything about Max having a lawyer? And who's this fella Clinton of Chicago?
I decided that a moment ago. He's the most famous criminal lawyer in the country. Peter Clinton's an old friend of mine.
Oh, from your Chicago office, I suppose.
Well, you don't need to scorn him, Stratford. You can save Max Tilly if anybody can.
Oh, you will save him, sir? You will? He's an innocent man, if there ever was one. I'm sure of that.
We'll do the best we can, Burberry. Now, you'd better get back to Mrs. Sothern. She may need you.
Indeed, I shall. I shall be most happy to go with that news in my heart. Gentlemen, good day to you, sir.
Good day, good day. He's a nice fellow, that Burberry. But he's too darn polite. Now, John, tell me, how you going to get Max to get this high-priced lawyer in Chicago?
Huh? I didn't think about asking him, Daddy.
But you got to ask him. It's his trial and his life. He can't do anything against his will.
Yes, I know. And he needs a good criminal lawyer worse than anything in this world.
Why has he got to have a criminal lawyer? He ain't a criminal no more. Not since he gave up hoodluming.
Oh, Daddy, you don't understand these things.
Well, then I don't understand. But you better spill your brains. What you got up your sleeve?
Well, I've got one thing on my mind. If you don't stop being a tabloid newspaper telling everybody all about this case, nobody will be able to do anything to save Max.
Well, say, who's a tabloid newspaper? Ain't the town full to running over with these reporter fellas like that one Burberry brought in? And people calling on the phone here every minute today until we stuffed it up with a glove? Even the New York and Chicago newspapers carry big headlines about Carter's being killed. Yeah. And you call me a tabloid newspaper for all
right, Daddy. Maybe you didn't start all this, but you've got to watch what you say.
Yeah. I guess we finally got the town of Sanders on the map. Yeah, but look at the price we have to pay. Some price.
Yes, I know.
Max.
We got our publicity, but it's no good. $1 million worth of publicity, and it's all bad. And that is bad, Alfred.
Well, we got it. Now we got to get rid of it and save Max. Well, as Max would say, what's the payoff?
I've got the payoff straight. Huh? I've got it all figured out.
So you've been trying to tell me that for the past hour. Maybe you can make it out now real fast. I'll get to hear it before another reporter comes in or the bell rings or something.
Well, it's very simple. I'm going to Chicago.
You're going to Chicago?
Well, what's so strange about that? I'm going to Chicago by airplane.
By airplane?
Well, what is that?
Oh, what a fool notion you got now, John.
I'm going to fly to Chicago this very morning. And get this, my old friend. I'm going to get Peter Clinton.
Well, you're going to fly to Chicago this very morning and
You heard me.
Peter Clinton, the lawyer?
Yes.
But what about Max?
I don't care what Max says. I don't care what the newspapers say. We've got to put up a real fight for Mary's sake, and this is the best lawyer in the country to do it. Yes. Daddy, I'm going right now, and I'll be back tomorrow night.
So, John Fowler is going to Chicago to get the famous criminal lawyer Peter Clinton to save Max. That is really good news. But will Max accept this lawyer? We might better say, will Peter Clinton accept Max's case? Listen to tomorrow's absorbing episode in the life of Mary Sothern, brought to you with the best wishes of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Some people seem to have the idea that cruelty between human beings is an invention brought on with the machine age. Tonight's play, however, goes back to another day and another machineless time, when man's inhumanity to man was quite the same. But first, Frank Martin for Ironized Yeast.
Do you keep watching the clock because you're so run down and jittery, so often overtired that it seems the day will never end? If that's how you feel, and if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's to blame, for your own sake, try Ironized Yeast tablets. These pleasant little tablets give you vitamin B1 plus iron. They've been of splendid benefit to men and women who were deficient in these vital substances. Help them regain glorious strength, energy, and needed pounds, often in just a few short weeks. That's right. The name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, lights out. Everybody. The time, Russia in the time of the Tsars. The place, the dread, cold, bleak island of Sakhalin off the coast of Siberia, where the imperial rulers sent political prisoners to a living death.
Come in, Sergeant. Stop that noise. Come in. Your Highness.
Yes. Why do you stand there? What is it? Speak up, you empty head.
Your Highness, the prisoners are ready. They are in the courtyard.
Oh, yes, the prisoners. I've been looking forward to this. Quickly, the guns.
They are here at the window, Your Excellency.
Yes, so they are. Loaded and ready, Yakov. You're becoming quite efficient.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
3 little pigeons, their faces to the wall, awaiting the will of God. Only in this instance, my benediction is a lead bullet. Well, open the window and we...
Renikov, what are you doing?
Marina, as usual, my dear, you're just in time. The sport is just about to begin.
Sport? What is it?
Come to the window.
Yes.
You see them there, faces to the wall.
Well?
The human head is a much more interesting target than a bit of paper tacked against the wall, little Marina?
Oh, but what have they done?
Doesn't matter. Poor men. They're constantly getting into trouble.
It must be wonderful.
What?
To know that you hold the lives of 2,000 men in your hand. To know that whenever you will it, you can crush the hand into a fist.
Yakov, the window.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You hear, Marina? Mercy.
Yes.
I'll give them mercy. See, a perfect shot.
Oh, you do not try to kill them at once, Renikov.
And ruin the sport. A shot here, a shot there. It's most amusing.
Let me try with the short, fat one.
You? All right, why not?
I never knew there could be such sport on this accursed place.
A man of cleverness can always find sport, even in a frozen hell. Well, shoot. A Chlino. Look at him flop around like a wounded duck.
A very fat duck.
What a pair we make, Marina. Quickly, give me the gun. There is yet another. No, wait. I'll get another gun. We will shoot together. Such sport. I told you would have an enjoyable time on Sakhalin, my little Marina. I told you that...
Your Excellency, the jousting, Your Excellency.
Well, what is it? Can't you say I'm busy? What do you want?
If Your Excellency please, a message, an official one from St. Petersburg.
Well, give it to me, you fool. Give it to me.
Yes, Your Excellency.
What is it? What?
Yakov, shut the window.
Yes, Excellency.
I must decide. Short as me, the meddling fools, the bureaucratic fools. I could kill them all. Why must they meddle? Why won't they leave me alone? Inspectors.
Renikov, control yourself. What is
inspectors.
it? What have they ordered you to do? You must tell me quickly. What is the news?
Worst news is the government is sending another one of their infernal inspectors.
Oh.
For 2 years, they've let me alone. For 2 years. And now another one of those fool inspectors. He must not get here.
But, Renikov, what is the difference? While he is here, all can be peaceful and quiet. A kindergarten full of the satisfied little children.
It is not what I do to the prisoners that concerns them. It is my accounts.
Your accounts?
Marina, listen to me. I told you that in 2 more years I could retire you with me to a life befitting a gentleman.
Yes?
Where do you think the money comes from? I will tell you. From the coal mines near Onor, from the salt mines on the northern end of this island, from the gold in the streams. I quickly discovered when they sent me here that a clever man could make a good thing out of the enforced labor of these miserable prisoners. And I have made a good thing. 2 more years. But now this infernal inspector. He will make his report. Investigation. I'll be ruined. Marina Petrovna, that man must not get here. He must not get here.
You will find a way.
Will I? Yakov, come here. You thick-headed fool. Must I yell my lungs out? Come closer. Come closer.
Your Excellency?
You were drunk again last night.
Drunk? Oh, no, Your Excellency.
Close your mouth.
No.
I've had enough of your drunkenness. Perhaps 100 lashes with the whips will teach you a lesson. The brave sergeant's face grows green with fright.
Is that Your Excellency?
You know that only too well, Yakov? They have died under your whip with fewer than 50.
Your mercy, Excellency. I will do anything you want.
You are a good swimmer.
Mercy, Excellency.
Stop your sniveling and listen to me closely. There is a certain man destined to arrive in Nikolaeva within 2 weeks. He'll be in charge of the boat which is to bring him across the 30 miles of very treacherous water which very fortunately separates us from the mainland. If during this most dangerous trip there should be a little accident... Well, Marina?
You are very clever, Renikov.
are ready, Honored One.
Well, Sergeant, very thoughtful of Commandant Trenikov, I must say, sending an entire squad of soldiers to give me safe conduct. But I doubt if all the Tsar's armies could calm the waters between us and Sakhalin. Now, could they?
The passage is always very rough, Your Excellency.
Tell me, how many miles across?
30, Your Excellency. Commandant Trenikov has made your safe arrival my personal responsibility.
Well, the wind is getting stronger, if anything. That's a mighty small launch for so much angry water, Sergeant.
I have made the crossing hundreds of times, Your Excellency. There is no danger.
How much further, Sergeant?
Only 5 miles.
5 miles too many, as far as I'm concerned. We certainly would be in a situation if the engine stopped.
If you will excuse me, Your Excellency, I will make sure everything is in order.
Of course. From the sound of it, that engine needs attention. Go ahead.
Spasibo. The engine.
What about the engine? What happened?
Broken down completely, Your Excellency. We are at the mercy of the sea.
Stop jabbering, you fool. Tell the helmsman to keep the boat headed into the wind. Don't stand there like an empty-headed fool. Go, do something.
No, Your Excellency. It is no use. We are lost. The propeller shaft broke down in the bulkhead. We are sinking.
Come on, the lifeboat. Order your men to them, quickly.
Yes, Your Excellency. To the lifeboats. Men to the boats.
Cut the rope, you fool. Cut the rope.
Sinking to the boats.
Divide up your men, Sergeant. Clean this boat, clean the other.
Ivan, Yaksin, Sorin, and this boat. Bring the axes. Cut the ropes. That rope there. Get that one.
There she goes.
Jump, everyone. Jump.
Sergeant, you get the rudder. Come on, men. Give me a hand with these oars. Pull, men. Pull away from the launch, or it will pull it down with it. Pull. That's it, men. That's it. We're safe enough. Wait, Sergeant, what are you doing? Keep us out of the trough of that wave. It'll swamp us. Sergeant, swing the rudder. We'll drown. Sergeant, don't!
Just as the launch sinks, the devil's fog comes rolling. Infernal telescope. We can see nothing.
Your Excellency. Your Excellency.
Sergeant, how did you...
Your Excellency, I have come to report.
Your clothes, dripping wet. You did not drown.
I am the best swimmer on the island, Your Excellency.
You're tired. Here, sit here.
No, Your Excellency, the chair, my wet
Sit down.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Now then, tell me what happened.
Yes, Your Excellency, I did just as you ordered.
And the infernal inspector of the guards, Michael Bashev, you saw him drown.
With my own eyes, they all drowned. Only I lived.
Michael Bashev is dead.
With my own eyes, I saw it. I thought I would never make it. The waves were so strong, never stronger.
But it was worth it, Sergeant. Now you should be rewarded. Yes, rewarded.
You are very kind, Your Excellency.
My kindness is exceeded only by my good nature. This straw always sticking. Yes, here it is. Your reward, my dear Sergeant.
Anything you give me, Your Excellency?
Anything. You like your reward, Sergeant. Why don't you say something, eh? Speak up. Oh, what a pity. The bullet hit you in your ugly mouth, Sergeant. Yes. Yakov, the Sergeant. To him, I entrusted the safe delivery of the Tsar's representative, the Honorable Michael Bashev, to my presence. Michael Bashev, dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a deep breath or two and a moment of relaxation. Before we go on with tonight's lights-out story, the story of a murderous tyrant in the Russia of the Tsars, let's return for a moment to our own times and the problem that may be troubling you tonight.
Problem's no name for it. Here I'm making the best money I've made in years, and what good is it to me? So jittery and on edge, I can't enjoy good food. A day's work often leaves me too tired out to feel like having any fun. I'm losing weight and losing sleep. I can't understand it.
Perhaps a well-known nutrition authority has the answer. He says, improper eating due to wartime living may cause a person to become deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, two substances essential to normal weight, strength, and energy.
Oh, but how can I get more vitamin B1 and iron if I don't get enough from my food?
Get ironized yeast tablets. They give you both vital substances, vitamin B1 with iron. Thus, when you need them, ironized yeast helps you two ways to regain weight and pep and strength.
Well, say, maybe I better try ironized yeast tablets.
For your own sake, do if you're short vitamin B1 and iron. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
Man, oh man, do I feel great. My jitters are gone. Now I enjoy 3 square meals a day again. That fagged-out feeling's a thing of the past. I'm sure glad I tried ironized yeast tablets.
And now back to our lights-out story of Sakhalin.
Renikoff, you are so clever. Oh, Lord. Oh, you are so strong.
You will like me always.
Oh, why should I?
Because I have the strength you want.
Now there is no one to stop you.
Yes, now the Tsar's inspector inspects the bottom of the sea. Whoever it is, I'll flay his skin off. I told them not to disturb me here tonight. Come in, come in.
Commandant Rennikov.
Oh, who are you?
My credentials, Commandant.
Credentials?
I am Michael Bashev, ordered to report to you by His Majesty the Tsar of all the Russias.
You're
Michael Bashev.
But the boat you drowned.
No, not quite, Commandant. Some natives a few miles away found me where I crawled up on the beach. I assure you, I almost enjoyed that swim.
Welcome, Michael Bashev. Welcome to Sakhalin.
Thank you, Commandant. I assure you I will make my inspection complete, fair, and a short one.
I will do my best to help you.
You are so strong, Michael Bashev.
Am I?
Oh, your muscles, they crawl under the skin of your arms.
Let's go in.
Oh, no. Stay out here a little longer with me. Oh, don't you like little Marina at all, Michael Bashev?
I have work to do.
Work?
His Majesty sent me here for a very definite purpose.
So?
I must obtain accurate information of the income of gold mines and other activities of the prisoners on this island.
Such accurate information is valuable to you, Michael.
That's Tsar's orders.
And if you could get accurate information quickly, it would be worth a great deal to you.
I cannot leave until I do.
If I told you the truth about what's going on here, would you take me with you back to St. Petersburg, Michael Bashev?
What?
Would you take me back to St. Petersburg, Michael? I want to go with you, Michael. I want to leave this place. I want to go with you wherever you go. Oh, you are strong, Michael. I love strength. I love you. These few days I've known you, I have learned that
Marina Petrovna.
We are here, Commandant, in the shadows.
You here too, Michael Bashev. I did not see you.
Yes, we were resting. Marina here has been showing me around the barracks.
So?
I was entertaining our guests as you wanted, Rennikov. Were you standing there long, my dear?
You mean around the corner?
Yes. Yes, I was just wondering. I have been praising you so much to Michael that I was just wondering if you heard all I said.
Unfortunately, no. You will come inside, Marina.
Inside? Why?
The post has come. There is a letter for you from St. Petersburg.
Oh, I have been expecting it.
Yes, I know. You will excuse us, please, Michael Bashev.
Yes, of course.
After you, Marina.
Yes.
So.
The letter, Rennikov, where is it?
Letter? What letter?
No, do not tease me. You said there was a letter for me from St. Petersburg.
Did I?
I have done nothing.
Come here to me.
What?
Here, to me.
Rennikov.
You always said my arms were strong.
It's not now.
No, I will hold you close now. Close, like this, while I tell you that you are the devil's own daughter.
Rennikov.
Betray me to him. You thought I did not hear. I did. Every word of your treachery. If I give you the information, you will take me to St. Petersburg, my Michael Bashev, my strong Michael Bashev. You wretched woman, I could kill you.
No,
Kill you.
No,
my throat, my hands, my strong hands. You said they were strong. You thought for revealing. You betray me, will you? I'll choke you within an inch of your life. Within an inch, I tell you. I'll take all but your last breath. I'll keep you. Betray me. You'll never dare speak another word. You'll never speak. Marina. Dead? And now it is your turn, Michael Bashev. In here. I'm here, you. Stand there. You are Brugger, the crazy.
Brugger.
Your sentence?
I don't know. My head. I cannot remember.
Then let me remind you. Your sentence was for life. You know why you are here?
The Tsar. He is to blame for my misfortune.
Yes. So I understand. The Tsar himself.
The Tsar. Yes, he is to blame. The police official in my village. My daughter. He wanted... You listen to me, Your Excellency?
Yes, I listen.
2 days later, the Cossacks came. In the name of the Tsar, they said. The Tsar... He was to blame, Your Excellency.
Yes, the Tsar and you.
And the court, the judge, to Sakhalin by the order of the Tsar, they said. You hear, Your Excellency? Again, the Tsar. The Tsar, my persecutor. The Tsar.
So you would like to revenge yourself against the Tsar, old man?
I would give my last drop of blood.
Come closer. You know the stranger that has come here, the man they call Michael Bashev.
I know.
He wishes to go on a little hunting trip today. I've heard you are well versed in the haunts of the game around the bay.
Yes, Your Excellency. Yes. Old Brugger knows where the rabbits are, and the foxes, too.
I wish my guest, Michael Bashev, to have a very successful hunting trip. He's a very important man in St. Petersburg. To no one, but he is the nephew of our little father, the Tsar.
The Tsar?
Yes. Michael Bashev, with whom you are to go out alone on a hunt today, is really a nephew of the Tsar. And he is a great favorite of his blessed uncle. You will be all alone with him for the entire day. The nephew of the Tsar. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
This revolver, you know how to use a revolver, old man.
Mm-hmm.
I give it to you in violation of all regulations, and you know why? Because I want you to take good care of His Excellency, the nephew of our merciful Tsar. Good care. You understand?
The nephew of the merciful Tsar.
Well, old man, there ought to be rabbits in this field.
No.
Short was me. You must like to walk.
No.
Well, I must say the Commandant gave me a very talkative guide this morning. No. That's all I've heard from you since we started out. Well, I don't suppose that the man who has been in prison on this godforsaken place as long as you has much to talk about. Tell me, how many years have you been here?
Years mean nothing.
No, I suppose not. See those birds? Too bad Marina Petrovna couldn't come with us this morning. Strange she should get ill so suddenly. Do you know what happened to her, Brugger? Yeah. Then I suppose you don't. I say, old man, how much farther do we have to go? We're miles from the camp.
We have come far enough.
Huh?
The great Tsar, the merciful, righteous Tsar will miss his favorite nephew, no?
What are you talking about, Bruga? What about the Tsar?
Your uncle. Your merciful uncle. You are his favorite. Are you not, Michael Basheff?
My uncle? Sure, Padre, what are you talking about? I have no uncle.
You are not his nephew?
Whose nephew?
The Tsar's.
Are you mad? Would I be here in this godforsaken place if I were a Romanov? Why, if I had my way, the Tsar and all his filthy bloodsucking... I must be going crazy, too, talking this way.
You do not know the Tsar?
I'm a government official. What do I know about the Tsar? Why don't you ask your own Commandant Rennikov if you want news of the Tsar? He'll know all about his cousin.
Rennikov? Cousin to the Tsar.
I thought everyone in all Russia knew that. Why do you think he's commandant here after the scandal he was in back at St. Petersburg? Why, if not for his relationship, our dear Rennikov would have been swinging from the highest gallows. It was only because he was a cousin to the Tsar that... Old man, Bruga, where are you going? Why are you going back? Come back here. Come back! Well, this is an island of madmen. That look on his face when I said that...
Come in. Well, Bruga, come in. What is this? I guess Michael Basheff met with you. Oh, what a pity. Do not tell me you had an accident. Oh, well, so it goes in this life of ours. Well, what are you standing there like that for, you fool? What happened? Did you do as I said? Is he dead? What happened?
Nothing happened.
What? What's that you said? Nothing happened. Speak. What do you mean, nothing happened?
Nothing happened.
My whip! Where's my whip? I'll tear the man's eyes out.
Nothing happened, little cousin of the Tsar.
Wait till I put my hands on my whip.
Stand where you are.
Gun! Put down my gun.
You thought you were clever. You thought I would not find out, eh, Commandant?
You mad fool. Put down that gun.
But I did find out. I did.
Give me that gun, Bruga.
If only you were here.
Now, come, old man. You don't want to harm me. I'm your friend.
You was to reach him, and he will weep tears him as I have.
Now, come. Hand me the gun. I will pardon you, old man. Yes, you'll go home a free man.
I have no home. He took that for me.
No.
I will
don't look at me like that. Be careful. The trigger.
You die.
No. Help me, God.
Die, little cousin of the Tsar.
Help
die.
me.
My friends, die.
Help me. Somebody help me. This madman will kill me. He'll kill me.
Rennikov.
Who called my name?
Rennikov.
Help me. Whoever you are. Help me. Call the guard.
Rennikov.
Marina Petrovna. But I have killed you. Days ago. With my own hands. I killed you.
Yes?
Then how can you be here?
Because now, Rennikov, you too are dead.
Well, Mr. Oboler, you certainly proved your thesis that cruelty didn't start with fascism.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. You know, sometimes cruelty is more to be pitied than censored. Because sometimes a man's cruelty, according to medical authority, is based on a sickness, a glandular condition. A person who wishes to inflict pain or have pain inflicted upon him is performing that way because the solutions in the bloodstream aren't just right. Take, for example, no, not you, Frank. The man I'm going to tell you about will have to wait until you've had your say.
If you envy people who are stronger and peppier than you are, And if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's keeping you weak, run down, and jittery, then try ironized yeast tablets. Now, a rundown condition may stem from other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if you're deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, and more of those substances is all you need to help you get back into the pink, remember, ironized yeast tablets give you both. Yes, they cost but a few pennies a day, and what's more, you don't risk even those few pennies. For if you don't begin to eat better, to look and feel much stronger, peppier, and more alive, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Now, what about this gentleman with the wrong kind of bloodstream, Mr. Oboler?
Well, he lived in the time of George III, but our story next week is not going to be about the English monarch. It's going to be about a very insignificant member of the royal entourage, Samuel Bayliss by name, who was born with the sort of glands that, well, resulted in his becoming none other than state executioner, the royal hangman. But that, as usual, is next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, State Executioner. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Friends, how about those white shoes you bought early in the season? Are they getting that old before their time look? Well, why not try a shoe white that's more than just a whitener? Energine Shoe White. Energine Shoe White cleans as well as whitens, and it conditions the surface, so it's easy to get your shoes a real smooth, even white. Yes, when you use Energine Shoe White, it does more than just whiten the surface. It helps keep your shoes looking better, longer. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. Creaking Door.
Did you ever meet a deep-sea diver? Let me introduce you to Matt Conway, who is an expert diver. He's highly interesting to us because he's about to get into deep water.
Yep, I'm a diver. It isn't a very romantic business when you do it for money. And I do it for money. I do it because I like to eat. But now, every time I go over the side of the diving tender into the water, and it closes over my helmet, well, I shudder. But any good story ought to have a doll in it, so let's start with a woman. I met her in Rio, which is quite a city. I was cleaning some gear down at the beach when she hove across my horizon. A trim craft, if ever I saw one.
Hello, handsome. You going down today?
Well, not if nature goes on being kind to me like this. What might your name be?
Zelda Drake. Like it?
You could be called Euphonia Wolfenstrangler. It'd suit me. What do you want, anyway?
Just to watch the diving?
Bilgewater. A tricky number like you doesn't come down here among the seaweed just to see some diving.
How would you know, little man? What are you diving for, anyway?
Oh, nothing sensational. Only an anchor, cable.
Somebody lose it?
Yeah, a ship called the Paramour. Lost her anchor through the stupidity of the officer on watch. We're trying to fish it up again.
Oh, isn't that nice for you?
Well, it's money. What's it to you, anyway?
They tell me you're the best diver on the coast.
Thanks.
Yes. Off-beat, they say. A man who works when he feels like it and knows how to relax. How'd you like to make some real money?
And I was hoping you'd been lured over here by my fatal charm.
Oh, the charm you have, my friend. But I wasn't thinking of that. Doesn't money mean anything to you?
I find myself strangely interested by it.
Good.
What is the gimmick? Inca gold or pirate treasure? I've heard all the stories. Men get washed up all along this coast, Zelda. When they listen to that malarkey, the lucky ones are dead.
The take's big, so the stake's big. The stake has to be if you want to win. Or so all the best gamblers tell me.
Well, that lets me out. I've got nothing to bet with.
No? There's always your life, Matt. Or don't you have that kind of nerve?
That kind of crack is hard to take from a pretty woman. She asked me to dinner at her hotel, the Grand Carioca, right on the curve of Copacabana Bay. We ate and talked in an atmosphere so plush it made me feel I had two left hands. But it was afterwards she put the proposition to me straight.
Ever hear of the Queen of Mexico?
Sounds like a new cocktail.
It's a ship.
It was a ship, rammed in the fog by a cruiser and sank off the Tigris. This you can forget if it's a salvage proposition. She isn't worth bringing up. I worked it out with Kleinman of Universal Salvage and Joe Finch of Northwestern. It wouldn't pay off.
Do you know what was aboard that ship, right in the captain's stateroom?
I know there's a riptide sets in from the Tigris rocks, and I know she's near the lighthouse. You have to get an official permission to dive. And I know she's been settling the sand for 3 years. The depth is bad, the sharks aren't swimming around for the fun of it, and... well, I'll buy it. What was, and presumably is, the Mexican Queen?
Uranium.
Inert or radioactive?
Radioactive. It was bound to South America to use in the machines they have in hospitals. Chlorobuck bombs, or whatever you call it.
Have we got a market for the stuff?
The salvage fees alone are worth bringing it up.
And the proposition?
1/3 of what we make. 1/3 to me. 1/3 to my sponsor. We've worked it out that your cut should be over $200,000 American dollars.
Oh, that sounds crazy.
Then forget it. And don't try to do this thing yourself. You couldn't.
Oh, I play a game like that straight enough.
I know. We made it our business to find out.
Can I have until tomorrow?
We'd like an answer tonight.
Well, I may as well admit it. I'm dealt in.
Then we better meet the third party in the game. We'll take my car. Are you carrying a gun?
Well, I haven't seen a gun in years outside of a cowboy movie. Well, what gives? I don't like business conducted with guns.
Oh, isn't that? It's just that this is a big proposition, that's all. Men get nervous until they get to know each other. Let's go, then. It can be bad to keep my friend waiting.
We found them waiting in a car in a dark turning off the Avenida Republica. The car was discreet as an expensive hearse and about as big. There was a small chauffeur with black eyes and a gunman and 2 men in the back. One was a big gorilla in a dress suit, and the other was a quiet, placid man with a smooth face and a bald head. He smelt of faint perfume, but when you recognized him, all you could remember was a whiff of burnt cordite and the earth from graves.
Hello, sir, my beautiful one.
This is Matt Conway, the diver.
Get into the car, Mr. Conway, and we will go to my house. I see you have recognized me.
Yeah, you're Bartolomeo Cicero. I'm sorry, Don Bartolomeo Cicero. A capo mafioso from New York. You were named in the Murder Incorporated trials.
It is also unfair. One tries to look after one's friend and family, and they throw words at you. Mafiosa. I never heard of the mafia outside of his sensational newspaper.
And that's a toy pistol your friend has under his arm.
This is Grano. Don't be afraid of Grano. He only speaks when he was spoken to. Come, let's go for a ride. I mean a drive. One must be so careful with one's use of the vernacular, no? Drive on, Harry.
I didn't have to pretend, even to myself. I was hooked. Either I worked with them, or I'd go diving in the harbor with heavy boots with no helmet. I agreed to everything they suggested. For 3 weeks, Grano was my constant companion. I was closer to him than anything except his .45 automatic. And one day we sailed on a converted tug John Bartolomeo had hired. Before I knew it, we were at anchor above the wreck of the Queen of Mexico. And I was climbing into the lead-soled boots and fixing the helmet. Cicero, who was a killer, however you pronounce his name, watched me with interest. Zelda looked glamorous in a bikini, but nobody was even looking at Zelda. I was the main attraction.
Good luck, man.
He cannot hear you, but I too wish him luck. I would not take his place for all the money. Ah, there is the signal.
No way! What's so fine?
I went down. Well, I'd been down before, but I still found it difficult to talk about that ship. Light filtered down from the deceptively calm surface of the ocean. Soon I was standing on the deck of the deadliner. There are things I don't want to remember. 200 had gone down with her in that swift rush to the sea bottom after the collision. They rolled to the deep current. A skeleton hand still reached for the lifeboat shrouds. A dead man slumped over the wheel, rocking a little as though he was following a difficult course along a bad channel. She was a ship of the dead, and they were sailing her to a terrible destination across the shifting sand bottom. And the fish swam among them, gay, bright, soulless fishes, and their enemies, the predators. They killed and ate and fought and sought escape, hunters and hunted, silently. A ballet of death in that awful stage. But fishes do cry out, and fishes do suffer. We cannot hear them, that's all. Perhaps there are things mankind was never meant to hear, and things he was never intended to see. Down there in the depths.
We will know soon, in a few minutes now.
Why are they doing that so soon?
And there is a disease called the bands. They say the blood boils in the arteries, something of the sort.
Are you going to play fair with him?
In my business, as in any other, one works on trust. I'm an investor, my dear. Of course, I shall play fair.
Thinking out, lad?
Just let me rest a minute.
What is it like down there?
Oh, it's bad.
And the stuff, the radioactive capsules?
Well, they're okay. Or the boxes are.
Is there no way of telling if the stuff is there intact?
Open the lead boxes and touch that stuff and you're a dead man. You should know that by now.
Yeah. But you wouldn't be trying to double-cross me, Mr. Conway. Because if you are...
At your age, am I going to risk touching it?
You wear lead boots and a helmet.
Ask anyone who knows. Diving kit is no protection.
I'm sorry to have doubted you. It is my business to doubt people. How difficult will it be to hoist the boxes?
Well, we have a salvage crane. It's not too difficult. But I'll have to take the underwater torch and cut through a bulkhead and then haul the stuff on deck.
When can you start?
Not today. And I can only work in short stages. There's no other way.
The captain of this ship tells me there is a bad weather coming.
Yes, I'd say so. Fog, perhaps, followed by a bad storm.
You work as fast as possible?
Sure. I'm in this too, you know.
Yes, half the time I wish I'd never listened to Zelda. Never mind, Mr. Conway. I know you'll do the best you can. As you say, you're in this too.
That evening, the fog came. I leaned on the rail of the ship, listening to the cry of the foghorn on the Tiger's light. Zelda came to me out of the mist, like a ghost.
Any of your thoughts?
I was wishing this was all over.
Me too. Matt.
Yes, Zelda?
Don't trust Cicero too far.
Now you tell me.
Here's a gun.
No, thanks. I'm safer without that thing, and Grano is an expert. I'm not in his class.
But Grano hates his master.
How do you know?
The way he looks at him. Grano seldom speaks. He is trusted. Don Bartolomeo trusts him because he thinks that Grano is a moron, but he isn't. One day that dog will turn on his master.
Nice people one meets.
That situation might prove to our advantage.
If you want my opinion for what it's worth, Grano has the brain of a 10-year-old child. He doesn't talk because he has nothing to say. Thanks for the tip-off. But I don't need a gun, son. Zelda.
Yes, Matt?
When it's all over, what are your plans?
We'll see. We should have a wonderful time if... But bring up those lead boxes, and we'll see.
The next days were full of work. I cut away the bulkhead and got the salvage crane to pull the boxes out on the deck. The things down there didn't bother me anymore. They were good company beside the folks up above. At least I had the boxes slung, and so they were hoisted up.
Shake my hand, Eric. You have done well.
Right. When do I get my car?
Do not be impatient. Here, walk with me towards the stern, and I shall tell you what I've arranged. He said, now we are opening those boxes so that we can see. We don't have to touch.
Well, I don't know much about it, but I'd say no. This stuff is bad medicine, except for hospital patients and the right machine.
Very well. Mad. I don't trust the crew of the ship. I radioed for a friend of mine to meet us in the fast launch.
To meet the ship?
Now, we're going over to the Tigers Islands. We'll wait there.
I don't think I care for this change of plans.
But look here, I don't care what you care for. You will get your money the moment the stuff changes hands, okay?
I don't have much choice, do I?
No, you don't, do you?
So, we go to the island.
Zelda, Grano, yourself, and myself. And we go today, at once.
So we went to the island. I watched the tough little salvage ship raise her anchor and leave. It was a happy party, 4 people who trusted each other like cannibal sharks. And maybe $2 million worth of radioactive material in the big lead boxes.
Soon my friend will come.
Well, if he doesn't, we're marooned.
He will come.
15 men on a deck-down check.
Now, don't say that.
Sorry, Matt.
Hey, Grano. Grano, give me a light.
Here, Don Bartolomeo.
Thank you.
Don Bartolomeo, suppose this launch misses the islands in the fog.
With that foghorn, there is no likelihood of that, my friend.
Very well, Don Bartolomeo.
What are you a don of, anyway? It's a Spanish title, isn't it?
Hey, it is only a word of respect. Some Sicilian families are granted it by by their friends and the cronies.
And the mafia, you mean?
You think of the mafia as a gang, as a secret society, it's a philosophy, a state of mind.
Your state of mind?
Please, we are all under restraint.
Yes, we are, that's for sure.
Now, my friend, who comes with the lunch at the Macho Leccia, he's of my state of mind. We help one another.
How did you get into this business, Cicero?
I was starting clean, decent gambling, but everybody needs a cut. The police, officials, judges even. This way, there are no cuts. Oh, except, of course, among ourselves. I have discovered the virtues of honesty.
Luckily for us. All the same, I wish I'd stayed on the ship.
All will be well.
See, all will be well. For you, Don Bartolomeo. For us, or what? Nothing, eh? Except perhaps to join the friends of Mr. Conway down there on the ship.
There is a proverb that says, he who speaks seldom speaks wisely. You speak hardly at all, and when you do speak, you speak nonsense.
I know Don Matteo Lacci. They call him a big-nosed Alec. He too is of the mafia. He was of Mother Incorporated. He's a specialist with the machine gun. Where he goes, murder holds his hand.
You do well to think before you speak, my friend. For thee should I turn around, Grano, fast to say.
No! Bartolomeo, you can't!
Silver!
It is no use. She's dead. Don Bartolomeo, too, is dead.
Well, that girl died for you, Grano. You might have the decency to point your gun somewhere else. Is Cicero dead?
He is dead.
Why did you hate him so much, Grano?
He had my brother shot. For such a little thing. Now, turn around. Face the sea.
It's my turn now, is it, Grano?
There is a short causeway leads to the lighthouse. Covered except at the low tide. I take that way.
All right. Get it over with.
Turn the slot. Because of her, I may spare you, Mr. Conway. You will have Zelda to take.
I turned my face to the sea, expecting the heavy bullet in my back. But he hit me with his gun, and I fell forward on the sand. I wasn't out, but he thought I was. But of course, I couldn't speak. I'd fallen so that I could see him. There was nothing I could do. He didn't trust any of us anyway. He would never have believed. And so he opened the lead boxes and put the 2 capsules in his pockets. And he walked away with the radioactive stuff destroying him silently. I watched him walk along the causeway, a walking dead man. And then I got up and began firing Don Bartolomeo's gun, hoping to warn them of the lighthouse.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock, when they will again present The Creaking Door.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. What makes a murderer?
Murder is a peculiar affair. It's the darkest, most despicable of all crimes. Yet it strikes most frequently among the ranks of people who have never transgressed before. Yes, all it needs in many cases is the right pressure, the right set of circumstances, the right opportunity, and an otherwise respectable member of the community becomes a killer. If you'd tried to explain that to Arthur Winslow, he wouldn't have understood. For Arthur was respectable, solid, exactly like 100 other respectable, solid Jersey commuters. His life was a pretty drab affair. Yes, including the dull days at the office. J.C. Wells and Company, investment brokers.
United Wire, 7 1/8, no change.
7 1/8, no change.
Universal Automatic, 39 1/8, off 1/8.
Universal Automatic, 39 1/8, off 1/8.
Vulcan Steel, 77 up 1.
77 up 1. Oh, we'd better leave it there, Arthur. 5 o'clock. Got to make that 5:19.
Why?
Why?
Yeah. Why do we have to make the 5:19, Stanley?
Well, why, because we always do.
You think that's a good reason?
What?
I mean, do you think because we've always made the 5:19, we ought to keep on making it the rest of our lives?
Is something wrong, Arthur?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I've been thinking, Stanley. For 10 years now, you and I have been analyzing investment securities 8 hours a day, catching the 5:19 every night, arriving home in East Orange promptly at 6:22, kissing our wives at approximately 6:50, eating dinner at exactly 7, reading the evening paper, and going to bed. It's a little like death, isn't it, Stanley?
What in the world has gotten into you, Arthur?
I've got a book here. Take a look.
A novel.
You got me thinking.
Moon and Sixpence.
Yes, it's about a man like us, Stanley, a man who got fed up with the 5:19 and dished the whole works.
What did he do?
Took a chance, walked out, just picked up his hat and went off to the South Seas.
He just up and left his family?
They preferred the 5:19.
Well, I certainly can't say that I approve.
Oh, I didn't think you would. Well, you'd better hurry along, Stanley, or you'll miss your train.
What about you?
Tonight, just for a change, I believe I'll catch the 5:55.
Just for a change, Arthur, after 10 years, you walk slowly down Broad Street, deliberately casual, noticing the swarms of hurrying commuters objectively, as if for the first time. It's pleasant strolling along like this, taking your time, stopping to look in a window now and then. And finally you find yourself in front of Mac's Bar. It isn't often you have the time to drop in for a short one, is it, Arthur? Why not? Why not, indeed?
Excuse me. Well, hello, Mr. Winslow.
Oh, hello,
Benny.
Oh, of course. You run the elevator in the Majestic.
That's right. Here, Mr. Winslow. Sit yourself down right here by your drink.
Well,
come on. Little Benny's in the chips. I'm fat. I finally knocked over Gus in the back room there.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, sure. I guess you ain't interested in bangtails, or you'd know Gus.
Bangtails? Oh, horses.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really pay much attention. You mean that Gus is a bookie?
Yeah. You ain't never seen the spread back there, huh?
No.
Come on, I'll show you.
Sure it's all right?
Sure. It's okay, Harry. Friend of mine. Come on, Mr. Winslow. Well, there it is, pal. There's the board. Tomorrow morning's line. Take your pick. The current odds in that column there.
Oh. Pink Lady, Mike the Second, Big Bonanza, Moon and Moon and Sixpence.
Yeah, that's a horse. I've been watching him. Been thinking about playing him in a parlay.
Parlay? What's a parlay?
You don't know what a parlay is?
No.
Ah, easy. You pick 3 horses, see? For instance, maybe you put your dough on Bluebonnet in the first. If he comes in, the dough goes on Glowworm in a second. If he comes in...
Oh, yes, I see. Then all the money goes on Moon and Sixpence in the third. Yeah, I get it.
Plenty long shot, of course, but there's a big payoff for the gent who's willing to take a chance.
Take a chance, huh?
Believe me, you never get nowheres if you don't take a chance once in a while.
I'll take $10 worth.
Look, I ain't the bookie, pal. He's over there. You got it. Wait a minute. Give me your dough. I'll lay it on for you. $10 in the parlay, huh?
Yeah, lay it on for me, pal. $10 on Bluebonnet, Glowworm, and Moon and Sixpence.
Well, Arthur, that was quite a decision for you, wasn't it? You're more than a little pleased with yourself as you saunter onto the 5:55. A complete change of scenery from the 5:19. You're 26 minutes behind all that, and 26 minutes later than usual when you open the door and say...
Hello, dear.
Arthur, where in the world have you been? I've been worried sick. Here, wipe your feet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ethel.
Where have you been?
I was tied up.
What do you mean, tied up? You've never been late to dinner in your life. I don't know why in the world you couldn't have phoned. You know, it's Monday night, and Mr. Dinwiddie expects me at the agency at 7:30 sharp. Did you get your check?
What?
Your paycheck, dear. It's payday.
Oh, yes. I cashed it. Here.
25, 30, 50. Well, you're $10 short.
Yes, Employees Association annual dues.
That's something new?
Yes, Ethel, that's something new.
$10. I don't know how in the world they expect you to exist on the salary they pay you. If you had enough gumption, you'd do as I said.
You forgot Mr. Dinwiddie, Arthur. That's an important part of the weekly schedule. Ethel hasn't missed a Monday evening at the Children's Agency for years. You should have picked another night to miss the 5:19. You're used to Ethel now. You've become an artist at appearing attentive while she prattles on and on, nodding at the proper moments, never hearing a word. You're relieved when the door finally closes and she's safely off to Mr. Dinwiddie. You can return to Moon and Sixpence, the South Seas, and escape. The next day at the office, Stanley wonders why you're nervous and patient, why you dodge him at 5 o'clock. It only takes a minute to hurry over to Mac's bar.
Oh, hello, Benny.
Huh? Oh, it's you. Hey, guys, here he is.
What do you mean?
Nah, don't tell me you ain't heard.
Now, what is it?
The parlay, pal. It came in. Bluebonnet, Glowworm, Moon, and Sixpence. You got yourself $1,800.
$1,800, Arthur. You can't quite grasp it. That's almost a year's salary, and you're holding it right in your hand. You know what's going to happen, don't you? You walk the streets for an hour or two thinking, but you can't help yourself, so you make a beeline for the nearest phone booth. The South Seas, no more figures, no more 5:19.
Brighton Travel Agency.
Oh, hello. I'd like to inquire about a reservation.
Yes, sir. Where to?
Oh, let's see. Florida.
Very well. And the name, sir?
Oh, yes, the name. The name is Charles White.
With the prologue of What Makes a Murderer, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, may I have a word with you about the prevention of cruelty? Back in the horse and buggy days, there were laws to keep drivers from beating their horses. Too bad there isn't a law today to keep drivers from beating their motors with old-fashioned motor oils that cause excessive carbon wear and corrosion. After all, it's unnecessary today to put up with those old bugaboos that up repair bills and cut down performance, thanks to the improved Signal Oil, which combines pure paraffin base with protective compounds, Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. in comparative tests with today's finest regular oils, Signal Premium actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner, reduces cylinder wear 1/3. And what does this mean to you? Well, less carbon means that your motor runs quieter, smoother. And less cylinder wear means more power. So to keep your car's performance young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. And now, back to the Whistler.
Can strike anywhere, even among quiet, drab little people like Arthur Winslow. He has no way of knowing it, of course, as he buys a first-class reservation on the train to Florida. His only thought now is that this will be escape at last. New clothes, new luggage, a new name. You're Charles White now, and a new life. No more trading your chance at happiness for a stack of security reports and a bungalow in East Orange. You can see her now, poor, frustrated, stupid Ethel, confiding to Mr. Dinwiddie that you've walked out. No 5:19 tonight, Arthur. It's the 6:22 to Florida.
Last call for dinner. Last call for dinner.
Which way is the dining car, waiter?
3 cars back, sir. You better hurry along.
Oh, thank you.
Last call for dinner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Oh, it isn't either. I wasn't looking.
No, neither was I.
Where is it?
The what?
The book.
Oh, the book, yes.
I knocked it out of your hand. It must be down here on the floor.
Oh, no, here, let me. It's probably under the seat. Now, let me see.
Oh.
Have you got it?
Last year's timetable. Wanted one for ages. Oh, here it is.
Oh, let me help you. Oh, it's a fine thing getting yourself all dusty that way. Turn around.
Thanks. Moon and Sixpence.
Yeah, that's a little better anyway.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
What?
Moon and Sixpence. I loved it.
Oh, yes, I haven't quite finished it, of course.
Do you believe it? I mean, do you think it's right?
Oh, you mean to toss everything over and take off for the South Seas?
If you don't mind, pal, while you're going to the South Seas, I'll go to dinner.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
Excuse me. Come on, Louise.
We seem to be holding up traffic.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I was just going into dinner myself.
So was I.
Oh, would you consider...
Why not?
Yes, why not? You know, I'm glad that you like Moon and Sixpence.
Oh, it was a wonderful story. Of course, I can't say it was very realistic.
What do you mean?
Well, I admit it was convincing, but when you stop to think about it, this running away business...
You don't believe in it?
Well, after all, running away is no solution.
Well, sometimes there's nothing else to do.
He could have stuck it out.
Licked it if it took the rest of his life, Well, all right. He licks it. He's found happiness at last, and he's 70. I think running away is better than that, don't you?
I did once.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I
that's
didn't mean
all right. You see, I did run away. It was just as you said, a routine, a deadly routine, and when I couldn't stand it any longer, I ran away.
What kind of a routine?
Keeping up with my father. Perhaps you've heard of him. Edgar Brewster.
The Edgar Brewster?
Yes, the Wall Street Edgar Brewster. He's in Miami now, waiting for me.
Oh, I see.
I'd finally decided to go back and face it, but now you've got me confused.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, don't misunderstand. You've really helped a lot.
How do you mean?
You seem to know why I did it. It's kind of moral support.
Oh.
You're going to Miami?
Yes. By the way, I'm Charles White.
I'm Vivian Brewster.
Perhaps I'll see you in Miami.
I hope so.
So do I.
The daughter of Edgar Brewster, the millionaire. A big name on Wall Street, isn't it, Arthur? And you talked with his daughter, had dinner with her. She even said she'd hoped you'd meet in Miami. You wait for her call, and then finally it comes, Arthur. You're invited to the Brewster home. You can hardly believe it, can you? A few days ago, an obscure clerk. Tonight, you're sitting with Edgar Brewster drinking his bourbon.
That about right, Mr. White?
Father's a tightwad with his soda.
Oh, that's an outrageous way to treat good bourbon. What about it, White?
Well, that looks about right, Mr. Brewster.
There you are.
Oh, thank you.
What are you doing in Miami, White?
Oh, I got a little tired of New York.
Oh, you've got the right idea. I did the same thing myself 20 years ago, and I never went back. What's your line?
Oh, I was in the market, more or less.
The less, the better these days. Nobody knows where it's going. My broker and I were talking today about consolidated plastics. Do you know anything about it?
Oh, a little.
What do you think of it?
Well, I don't know whether I should say.
What's the matter with it?
Well, after all, it's your business, Mr. Brewster. I wouldn't want to offer an opinion.
All right, I'll put it this way. What would you do if you were into it pretty heavily right now?
Well, I'd sell out.
When?
Right now.
Any particular reason?
Well, only that I happen to know it's a bad investment. I can't tell you why.
Why, that's unbelievable. My broker told me...
Yes, I know. It's only my opinion, Mr. Brewster, but I happen to know that company's financial position. You asked me what I'd do, and I told you.
You seem to know what you're talking about.
Well, investments are my hobby, you might say.
I see. Go on, my boy. You interest me.
And so, for the next half hour or so, you go on chatting with Edgar Brewster. And he's impressed with what you have to say. You can see that clearly enough, can't you, Arthur? Hints. Tiny scraps of information, tips. You know the market so well, Arthur. And Mr. Brewster listens eagerly. Yes, and that was the beginning, wasn't it, Arthur? That $1,800 was a magic door, opening up a thrilling new life for you. And incidentally, bringing you closer to murder. The next 3 weeks pass like a dream, like the nights at the beach club dancing in the open under the stars, with Vivian in your arms.
Vivian?
Yes?
Why is it you've never asked me about myself, my background, where I came from?
I don't know. Maybe because it doesn't matter.
I wasn't going to tell you, but I think perhaps I'd better.
Will it make any difference?
About us?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it will make a difference. A lot of difference.
Then don't tell me. I don't want to know.
But Vivian,
Please.
Darling, did I ever tell you that I like you very much?
I'm glad, Charles. I'm so glad.
You're in love, Arthur. And for the first time in your life, you know what love really is. Mr. Brewster begins to concern you. He'll never approve in a million years. Or you think so, until that evening he drops up to your hotel room with a copy of the Financial Journal in his hand.
Look at that, Charles.
What is it?
Don't ask silly questions. Look at it, man.
Oh, I thought so.
Consolidated Plastics snowed under in selling rush.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brewster.
Well, I'm not.
What do you mean?
I took your advice. Sold out 3 weeks ago. Saved myself $100,000.
Well, congratulations.
Well, don't congratulate me. You're the one who deserves it. Yeah, do you mind if I sit down?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Would you be open to a proposition, White?
What kind of a proposition?
Oh, I realize you probably have other interests, but I could make this worth your while, I think. There are 2 considerations.
Yes?
The first is the plain fact that my affairs are getting a little beyond me. As you know, I'm retired, haven't time to look after them properly. I think you're the man to take over.
But, Mr. Brewster,
Now, wait till I'm finished. I've watched you pretty closely during the past month or so. I can tell you no investments. You're sure of yourself. And I'm not just being generous, White. I'm a businessman. If it weren't a profitable deal for me, I wouldn't think of it.
I see. What is the other consideration?
I believe you're aware of that already. Vivian.
You approve?
I do.
Oh, well, can I think this over?
Oh, of course. Just let me know in a day or so.
is, Arthur. Brief and to the point. Everything you ever wanted right in the palm of your hand. Open sesame, he said, and there it was. You go into the bar downstairs to think. There's only one thing in your way now. Your wife, Ethel. You can't run away from that. You've got to make her see your side of it. You've got to go back to New Jersey and face her. Make her give you a divorce. You walk out of the bar, through the door into the hotel lobby. And just as you're rounding the corner by the desk, something stops you in your tracks.
Mrs. Ethel Winslow, 5769 Laurel Road, East Orange, New Jersey. Is that all you want?
Yes, thank you, madam.
Could I see the register, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, madam. We
I
don't...
understand there's a Charles White registered here.
Yes, madam. Room 132. Oh, he's a friend?
Yes.
Well, in that case, I could give you room 134 next door. The windows open onto the same balcony.
Very well. 134.
It was too good to last, Arthur. Just a beautiful dream, and you're just waking up. It's all over. You go back in the bar and think. Ethel, your wife, here in Miami, she's found you. And she'll never let you go, will she? You know her too well, Arthur. You're beginning to see now what makes a murderer. There's no other way out, is there, Arthur? You sit in the friendly darkness of the bar all afternoon, late into the evening, thinking. It's almost 11 when you make up your mind. There's a phone booth near the door.
Hello?
Vivian, I have to talk to you. It's important.
Charles, what's the matter?
Vivian, I love you more than I dreamed I could ever love anyone. Now listen, I'm a phony. My name is not White. I was running away when you met me. I'm just an investment clerk. No money.
Darling,
I have a wife. I've hated her for 10 years, and I'd rather be dead than go back to her, and I'm not going back to her. And now I probably won't ever see you again.
Oh, wait.
Goodbye, Vivian.
11 o'clock, Arthur. You've got it all planned. Ethel is asleep in a room. Room 134. A balcony connects it with yours. It's a hot night and the window is probably open. Yes. There she is, and she's asleep. As you slip into the room, you take a firm hold on the heavy brass candlestick you picked up from the mantel in your room. A blunt instrument, the police will say. You can hardly breathe, Arthur. Your stomach is full of ice water. You feel your heart's going to burst. Careful, Arthur. Careful.
I'm sorry, Ethel. I'm sorry, but I've got to kill you. I've got to do it.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, I thought you drivers might like to compare your buying habits with those of other automobile owners. Surveys show that more and more motorists today prefer to trade with service stations that are privately owned. But also they want top-quality products. These two reasons, no doubt, account for the amazing growth of Signal Oil Company from a mere handful of stations in Southern California into a coast-wide organization serving 6 western states. You see, since the very beginning, over 16 years ago, Signal Oil products have been sold only through dealer-owned service stations. But each independent Signal dealer is backed by the facilities of the entire Signal Oil organization, which supplies almost 2,000 Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. As a result, you're assured always the very tops in gasoline, lubricants, and automotive accessories at Signal stations. Plus, more conscientious service by men who own their own business and have a personal interest in pleasing you. Because this combination of finer products and personalized service naturally means smoother performance and longer life for your car, it's no wonder that year after year, more and more drivers switch to Signal. And now back to the Whistler.
you stand there, Arthur, by your wife's bedside, holding the candlestick high over your head, ready to bring it down. Now you know what makes a murderer. But you can't do it, can you? The wife you've hated for 10 years at your mercy. You can't do it.
No. No, I can't.
What? Arthur! Arthur!
I'm sorry, Ethel. I'm sorry I waked you.
Turn the light on. Don't stand there.
Yes, Ethel.
So you thought you could get by with it, didn't you?
No, Ethel, I didn't.
Don't deny it. I know what's been going on, and I can prove it, you philanderer.
Ethel, I tell you... What did you say?
I have a complete report on your activities for the past month. You weren't very clever, Arthur. The detectives say you left a trail a child could follow.
What are you getting at, Ethel?
Charles? Charles? Listen, there's someone knocking on your door. A woman.
Vivian.
Yes, Vivian. I've already had a talk with her, Arthur. Well, she might as well come in. This way, Miss Brewster. Charles. Oh, Charles, darling.
Vivian.
A pretty picture indeed. And you have the nerve to ask me what I'm getting at. Well, for your information, Arthur, I'm leaving for Reno in the morning. In view of what's happened, I don't think you'll feel it wise to contest the case.
Contest it?
We've waited 5 years for a chance like this.
We?
Mr. Dinwiddie and I.
Dinwiddie? Oh, no.
He's a wonderful man. Goodness, I don't know how I could have put up with you all these years if it hadn't been for Mr. Dinwiddie. He's so understanding.
Dinwiddie?
Arthur, you look so ridiculous. What are you doing holding that silly candlestick in your hand?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Frank Lovejoy and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Harold Swanton and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint, as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood. 25 seconds until 9 p.m. BULOVA, Bulova watch time. For a truly lovely timepiece, a truly great watch value, see the 17-jewel Bulova Elizabeth. Only $24.75, federal tax included. Next on KNX, Lowell Thomas and the news.
KNX, AM and FM, Los Angeles. There's more wallop, less waste in every drop of gasoline you buy because only the 1948 Kaiser & Frazer among full-sized American motor cars have highest compression engines as standard equipment.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight The Whistler will be heard after the following special broadcast.
We are speaking to you from the White House in Washington. In a moment, the President of the United States will give you a brief address on the eve of the United States Security Loan Drive. Ladies and gentlemen, the President.
My fellow Americans, I'm speaking to you tonight about something that each of us as individuals can do to contribute to the winning of the peace.
That is the purchase of United States savings bonds. Any workable program for world peace must depend upon a sound, strong, and expanding American economy. When we buy savings bonds, we contribute directly to the strength of our economy, upon which so much depends. By investing in savings bonds, we are fighting inflation, which is still our greatest economic danger. At the same time, we are building toward the economic security of ourselves and our families. At such a time as this, all of us can serve both ourselves and our country by saving all we can against the day when we can spend our dollars to better advantage. Our economic system, which has given us the greatest productive power and the highest standard of living in the world, is based upon individual enterprise, industry, and thrift. We need these qualities at all times in order to prosper. Under present world conditions, we need them more than ever before. Tomorrow, April the 15th, the nation launches its security loan campaign. As your president, I ask each of you to back the security loan to the limit by buying extra savings bonds, by signing up for payroll savings plans where you work, or the bond a month plan where you bank, and by volunteering to help sell bonds to others. This is the most important campaign for the United States savings bonds we have had since 1945. It calls for everything we can put into it. It calls for volunteer work in every community, freely and patriotically given. It requires enough volunteers to talk to every American where he works or where he lives. The experience of all the war loan drives has proved that if Americans who can buy bonds are asked personally to buy them and told the personal and national reasons for buying them, the goal will be reached. Last Thursday, the city of Sandusky in Erie County, Ohio, began a week's campaign to sell their share of the security loan bonds in advance of the national campaign. Sandusky and Erie County wanted to be the first in the nation to do the job and show the country how well it can be done if everybody pitches in. Volunteers set out to visit every factory, office, farm, and home in Erie County. The newspapers and radio stations, and every civic, fraternal, veterans, women's, and farm organization backed them up. I am happy to be able to tell you that Sandusky and Erie County oversubscribed their goal by 25% in 1 week. What Sandusky and Erie County have done in 1 week, every community and county in the United States can do, beginning tomorrow. How well you do the job in your community will depend upon the number and the spirit of the volunteers who tackle it. This is a call to the Minutemen and women to rally again to build up the defenses of our national economy. For, as the slogan of the security loan puts it, America's security is your security. This campaign presents to us a responsibility and an opportunity. Every dollar that a family puts into savings bonds now will be a dollar building for the family's security. It will be a dollar fighting against inflation and high prices. It will be a dollar working to win the peace.
You have just heard the President of the United States, Harry S. Truman, speaking in connection with the United States Security Loan Drive, which opens tomorrow. The President spoke from the White House in Washington. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX AM and FM, Los Angeles. A KNX reminder, veteran, can you make the grade? The grade you held on discharge from the service? The Army has openings up to tech sergeant just for you. If you've still got what it takes, come on down to your Army recruiting office and see about enlisting in your old grade tomorrow. The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal Gasoline is tops, too. And now the Whistler's strange story, Till Death Do Us Part.
Norman Grayson was an art dealer, an enterprising young man who usually wore a friendly smile. Only last night, the sale of 6 original German manuscripts to the wealthy Richard Morris had brought him $50,000, enough to make anyone smile. But now the smile was gone, and Norman Grayson wasn't at all pleased with the way things were going. As he alighted from the cable car and walked along Divisadero Street toward the sumptuous funeral parlors of Carter and Duff, 1,000 confused thoughts raced through Grayson's mind. Thoughts that went back to last night at the Morris home in the Heights, where Morris's young and attractive wife had received him in the study.
I hope you'll forgive me for asking you to come all the way out here at this late hour, Mr. Grayson.
There's nothing to forgive. I was glad to come.
It's only because of Richard. He's ill, you know. His heart.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh, but he'll be up and around very soon. Richard's like that. Bounces right back.
Glad to hear that.
The manuscripts, Mr. Grayson, that's all he's been talking about the past few days. He's determined to add them to his collection. I do hope the price will be right.
35,000, Mrs. Morris.
35,000.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Well, perhaps I shouldn't say this, Mr. Grayson. I don't suppose it's good business.
What's that, Mrs. Norris?
35,000. It's really a bargain.
Oh, you think so?
I know so. I know manuscripts, too, Mr. Grayson. I've worked with them for some time. The Winston Galleries. I was there for 5 years. That's where I met Richard. You didn't know that?
No, I had no idea, Mrs. Morris.
Sometimes I think that's why Richard asked me to marry him. Just to have someone around to help with his collection. Oh, that must be Dr. Reed. Come in? Oh, come in, Doctor.
Oh, pardon me, Mrs. Morris. I believe I left my overcoat in... Oh, yes, there it is.
How is Richard?
Slight improvement, I'd say, but still a pretty sick chap.
Oh. Doctor, this is Mr. Grayson, Dr. Reed.
Hello, Doctor.
How are you, Mr. Grayson?
Doctor, about Richard, is there anything
No, if he becomes restless later in the evening and can't sleep...
Yes, the prescription. Same dose as usual, I suppose.
That's right. Call me in the morning. Good night, Mrs. Morris.
Good night, Dr. Reed.
Good night, Mr. Grayson.
Night, Doctor.
Oh, he's a dear. Really worries about Richard as much as I do. Well, Mr. Grayson, shall we go on up and have a chat with Richard? Richard. Richard.
Janet?
Yes, darling. Mr. Grayson is here.
Grayson?
The gentleman with the manuscripts. The German manuscripts for your collection.
Oh, yes. Manuscript.
Yes, Mr. Grayson and I talked it all over. He's going to tell them to you. Darling, aren't you listening to me?
Mrs. Morris, perhaps we'd better not try.
No, it's quite all right, Mr. Grayson. Here, Richard, let me help you sit up.
Well, what for, Janet?
The check, you have to sign it. It's all made out, everything except the signature, Richard. That's it. That's a good boy. Now, here's the pen.
All right.
Oh, that's right. There we are. Ah, that's fine, Richard. Now I'll give the check to Mr. Grayson.
Thank you.
And the manuscripts are all yours. Isn't that wonderful, Richard?
Yes. Janet, a glass of water, please.
Oh, of course, darling. Here's the water. Here. And here's something to make you sleep. Doctor's orders. Now I'll be back in a little to look in on you. Good night, Richard.
You didn't know quite what to make of it, did you, Norman? You were puzzled about Mrs. Morris and the way she rushed the sale. And then the check, that puzzled you even more. Downstairs, as you walked towards the front entrance with Mrs. Morris.
Mrs. Morris, the price I gave you on the manuscript was $35,000, but this check is for...
$50,000. Yes. That was the sum my husband intended to pay. We feel it's no more than right. We still consider it a bargain.
Thank you, Mrs. Morris. Of course, I won't refuse it.
Good. You must drop around to see us soon. Perhaps we can have dinner when Richard's up and around again.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Morris, but I'm flying to New York at the end of the week, and
Oh, dear. I had hoped we could see more of each other. We have so much to talk about.
Well, I'm not leaving until Friday.
Dinner tomorrow night, then?
Sounds wonderful.
We'll have cocktails at 6.
I couldn't think of a better time.
Love to have you, Mr. Grayson. Norman, isn't it?
That's right.
I'm Janet. See you tomorrow evening, then.
Tomorrow evening it is, Janet.
When you left the Morris home, you weren't at all quite certain that business in New York was important enough to drag you away by Friday. You could put that off for a while yet, as long as there was someone as attractive and as interesting as Janet Morris in San Francisco. No, business in New York could wait. Early the next morning, you cashed the $50,000 check, then spent the rest of the day roaming around town. Later that afternoon, when you returned to your hotel...
Oh, Mr. Grayson, someone's been calling you all afternoon. Wouldn't leave a message.
Oh?
A young lady.
No message, huh?
No, sir. Here's your key.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Grayson, you've seen the papers, I suppose.
Papers?
Yes, the gentleman you were asking me about several weeks ago. Mr. Morris.
Morris? What about him?
Oh, you didn't know. He died this morning. Heart attack.
Yes, it was all there in the evening paper. Richard J. Morris, prominent Bay Area businessman, art collector, dead. You hurried up to your room and began to pack, and then the phone rang.
Hello?
Norman, this is Janet. Janet Morris.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I just read the papers. I'm terribly sorry, Janet. Is there anything I can do?
As a matter of fact, there is. Yes, I'd like to see you, Norman. There are a few things we should discuss about the manuscripts.
Oh? What is there to talk about, Janet?
Don't you know?
All right. I'll come right up.
No, not here at the house. That wouldn't be right. Suppose you meet me in, say, 2 hours from now. I'll be at the funeral parlor making arrangements for Richard. It's on Divisadero.
I know.
You'll be there, won't you?
Yes. I'll be there.
Good. I wouldn't want you to do anything foolish, like leaving town in a hurry.
With the prologue of Till Death Do Us Part, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, friends, a special announcement. The first announcement on what we honestly believe is today's greatest tire value, barring none. You can now buy a nationally advertised Lee Deluxe 4-ply tire with a 1-year written guarantee against road hazards for only $12.95 plus tax at Signal dealers from Canada to Mexico. That's in the popular 616 size. Other sizes proportionately low priced. Yes, you heard right. I said a top-quality 616 Lee Deluxe 4-ply tire. The same tire that sold until yesterday for $15.25, now reduced to $12.95. This is your Signal dealer special for summer driving safety. Just compare. Why, that's actually less than you would pay for a second-line quality tire of some brands. But get this. Never in 45 years has Lee of Conshohocken ever made anything less than top quality. And this rugged Lee tire at $12.95 with its patented double life cord construction is the same quality that has made Lee tires outstanding among leading brands. So now, right now, get your Signal dealer's trade-in offer for your old tires. When you do, you'll agree that comparison proves for quality, for value, your best tire buy today is a Lee Deluxe tire for only $12.95 plus tax, exclusively at Signal dealers. And now back to the Whistler.
it had been a profitable business deal, hadn't it, Norman? Selling the 6 original German manuscripts to Richard Morris. But less than 18 hours after he signed a check to you for $50,000, Richard Morris is dead of a heart attack. And now his widow, the young, attractive Janet Morris, summoned you to see her, and of all places, at a funeral home. When you reach the funeral home, a slender, solemn-faced young man leads you down a long, thickly carpeted corridor toward the rear of the building into a private waiting room. The door closes softly behind you, and you're alone with Janet.
Norman.
I'm sorry, Janet.
Oh, it's so awful. I just can't believe it. Poor Richard. And to think I let you swindle him out of $50,000.
Look, Janet,
Please, don't bother to deny it. The manuscripts are forgeries. I know.
You knew it all the time.
Yes.
Did he?
Of course not. At first you wanted me to take him to Mansfield for appraisal.
Mansfield? Fred Mansfield?
Yes, but I talked Richard out of it. He had a lot of respect for my judgment.
I see.
So no one knows about this but us and the man responsible for the manuscripts. They're quite good. Ziegler's work, isn't it? I understand he's back in this country. I told you yesterday I knew manuscripts. Had to be Ziegler or Klein. By the way, where is Klein these days?
In a Berlin cemetery. He made a mistake. A bad one.
Oh, he was such an artist. Oh, I wish they'd stop that music. I don't like it.
Janet.
Yes?
What are we going to do about the manuscripts?
Well, I could turn the whole matter over to the police, but it would be such a bother. And, well, after what's happened, I just want to get away somewhere.
So?
So I think I'll give you the manuscripts. That is, I'll sell them back to you, Norman.
For $50,000?
Yes.
You wouldn't consider the original price, $35,000.
Oh, no, Richard wouldn't like that. I'm afraid I'll have to insist on $50,000. Are you in the market, Norman?
I'll have to think it over.
Well, all right.
Janet.
Yes?
You know, I can't figure you out.
Oh?
I mean about the money. Morris must have left you a fortune. Why should you worry about $50,000?
$50,000 is very important. You see, there's a catch to the fortune. It's tied up in trust. I'm to get only $800 a month.
Oh, that's awfully tough, isn't it?
It is, when one is used to the things I am. Richard planned it that way. My own good, you know. Wasn't that thoughtful of him?
Yeah. So when I came along, you saw your chance to grab off a little pin money, huh? Money that he'd never know you had. That's why you upped the ante from $35,000 to $50,000 on that check.
Yes. Wasn't that thoughtful of me?
You knew it was coming back to baby. Smart. Very smart.
Norman, people will be arriving soon. I'm afraid I can't talk to you anymore. I'll give you till tomorrow night to think it over.
It's nice of you.
8 o'clock. The house. And Norman...
Yeah?
Don't forget to bring the money.
I'll tie a string around my finger.
Come in. Sorry I took so long. I was taking a nap. The servants are all gone. They're at the funeral parlor.
Touching. Very touching.
Why don't you go into the study? I want to freshen up a bit. Fix yourself a drink.
Thanks. Popular prices, of course.
Norman, you're bitter.
Let's just say I got up on the wrong side of the world this morning.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'm sold. I better go in and fix a drink before the prices change.
I won't be more than 10 minutes, Norman. Make yourself at home.
You stand in the hallway, listening to Janet's footsteps overhead. Then a door closes. Silently, you slip up the stairs, past Janet's room to the far end of the corridor. If only you can get your hands on the manuscripts. A moment later, you step into Richard's room, quickly cross to the desk by the window and begin your search. Minutes pass. Frantically, you continue to look for the manuscripts. Glance at your watch. Janet will be going back downstairs any minute. You need time, Norman, more time. The manuscripts are in the house somewhere, and then... Your eyes fall on the nightstand next to the empty bed. The nightstand. And the half-dozen bottles of medicine. You pick up the small blue bottle. You remember this one, don't you? Sleeping tablets. You stick them in your pocket. In less than a minute, you're back in the study downstairs.
My, aren't we cheerful?
Why not? I may even go into a soft shoe routine. Want to see it?
Later, perhaps. Oh, you fixed me a drink. How nice.
Here you are, sweetheart.
Thank you. To us, Norman.
Yeah, to us. You know, Janet, it's a funny thing about Ziegler. Seems to pop up in the most unexpected places. I remember the last time I saw him. London. It was right after the Marcus affair. You remember it, don't you, Janet? Janet.
What? What did you say, Norman?
The Marcus affair. The paintings.
Oh, yes. Yes, I seem to remember.
What's the matter, sweetheart? Don't you feel well?
No. I feel fine. Just sleepy, I guess. I suppose it's stuffy in here.
Oh. What you need is another drink, huh? Janet.
No. I don't think so. What were you saying about...
Ziegler? Oh, yes. Right after the war.
It won't be long now, will it, Norman? Your voice drones on and on. Janet can hardly keep her eyes open. And then finally she drops off to sleep. You keep talking. Then you get to your feet and walk over to her.
Janet? Janet. Oh. Fallen asleep, have you, darling? Don't worry. You haven't got enough to keep you asleep. Too long. Just long enough for me to finish here. Oh, by the way, I hadn't finished telling you how I got the manuscripts. How Klein stole them from Ziegler. And how I had to kill Klein to get them back. Yes. It was a bad mistake on Klein's part.
You haven't much time now, Norman. The servants may be coming home at any moment. Quickly you begin a systematic search of the study, and you're in luck. In less than 5 minutes, the manuscripts are tucked away in your inside coat pocket. You leave Janet sleeping peacefully in the chair and slip out the front door. As you stroll down the walk, you toss the bottle of sleeping tablets into the bushes. And then when you reach the gate, you turn and look back at the house.
Ha-ha! So long, sweetheart. Sleep tight.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since this is spring, the season when a young man's thoughts turn to love, and also to oil changes if he has a car, I'd like to say a word tonight on both subjects. Love, that is, and oil changes. If you really love your car and want to keep it young, happy, and purring with contentment, make this spring's oil change a change for the better. In short, make it a change to that new type Signal lubricant that's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. You see, because it combines 100% pure paraffin base with protective compounds, Signal Premium does much more than just lubricate. In fact, tests prove Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil reduces cylinder wear 1/3 and keeps motors 6 times cleaner than today's finest regular oils. So remember, if you want a sweeter running motor, if you want to keep wear down and performance up, the oil to change to this spring is Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
You're quite pleased with the way things have turned out, aren't you, Norman? The money you received from Richard Morris is tucked away in a San Francisco bank. The manuscripts are in the mail for New York. And in a matter of hours now, you'll be on the plane heading east. And you're not too worried about Janet, what she'll do. You've just outsmarted her, that's all. She won't do a thing. She'll take her beating like a good little girl, perhaps look around for another sucker. Then an hour before your plane time, you're about to leave the hotel when there's a knock on the door.
Yes? Lieutenant Benson, San Francisco Police. You're Grayson?
Yes. Yes, what is...
Can I come in? Thanks. Leaving town, Mr. Grayson?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You had some sort of a business deal with a gentleman named Richard Morris a couple of days ago, didn't you?
Did I?
An art dealer named Mansfield dropped over to have a little chat with us yesterday. Seems Morris had asked him to check on some German manuscripts you had for sale.
So?
The manuscripts were forgeries, according to Mansfield. And when Morris died, sort of suddenly, well, Mansfield thought he should bring it to our attention.
I don't know what you're talking about, Lieutenant.
You were at the Morris home last night, weren't you?
Okay. I just dropped in to say goodbye, that's all.
Mm-hmm. You were there the night before Morris died, weren't you? The night you poisoned him because he was going to turn you in for fraud.
Poisoned him? Wait a minute.
Yeah, he was poisoned. Looked just like a heart attack.
Now, listen, I didn't poison him. Janet, she must have.
Mm-hmm.
Why, of course, that's it. She had everything to gain, don't you see? Money and...
She did it, huh? Then last night she turns right around and takes some of the stuff herself.
What?
Yeah, the sleeping tablets. It turned out to be poison. She's dead, Grayson. We found the half-empty bottle hidden in some bushes in front of the house. Has some fingerprints on it. Be very interesting to see how they stack up with yours. Hmm?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Featured in tonight's story were Doris Singleton and Gerald Moore. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by John W. Hart, and music by Wilbur Hatch. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood. 25 seconds until 9 p.m., BULOVA, Bulova Watch Time. Wear a 21 Jewel Bulova, one of life's choicest possessions. Superlatively dependable, always.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Whence Came You? I came from Jerusalem. I've traveled in the East a good deal in the last 20-odd years, and I flatter myself that I know my way around. So when I got off the plane at Cairo, I didn't start for the camp right away as a good storybook archaeologist would have done. I made a beeline for Shepherd's in the room I'd left a couple of days before when I went to Jerusalem. A bath, a gin and tonic, and a large batch of mail from the States. What more can a man ask? In Cairo on a hot night? But, of course, it was too good to last. I'm just going to let him knock.
Hey, Austin, wake up.
Now, who the...
Hey, it's Abe Feldman.
Abe Feldman? Hey!
Hi, Austin. Regards from State and Madison.
Well, I'll be darned. Come on here. What are you doing here? What do you got there?
I do get around, don't I? This is gin and tonic. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, but come in. Well, sit down. You're the last man in the world that I...
Here, take a gin and tonic before I drop it. Well, l'chaim.
L'chaim in spades, Abe. By golly, I'm glad to see you, boy.
I'm glad to see you. I've been looking here for 3 days waiting for you to come back. Hey, you look skinnier.
Will you go out and dig holes out there for 6 months, lad? You'll take off some of that fat, too.
Me fat? Go away, you're kidding. Well, get your shirt on and let's go see the town.
Sit down. Come on, what you doing here?
Business?
Yeah, what kind of business?
Newspaper business, Natch. What's cooking in the Middle East and stuff. Say, how do you get more of these things?
We'll get on the bar in a minute. They're colder down there. Well, go on. Tell me about it.
Well, you know, Eddie Hefferkamp just called me in and said draw some dough and go east and send him some stuff for the Sunday feature section. The Trib's making a monkey out of us again. So I remember the dear old days on the Midway, you and me, and you're around here, so let's go see the town, huh?
Well, I'll be darned. When'd you leave Chicago?
Day before yesterday.
Oh, boy.
Yep. The loot's still there. They still got the Burlicue shows on South State Street. The Michigan Avenue Bridge is always up. The Cubs are in 7th place. Now?
Now what?
Now we go see the town? Come on, put on your pants.
You never been in Cairo before, have you?
Me? Not me. Why?
Well, if you had, you wouldn't care much about seeing it, my boy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But, women?
You had a good look at any of them?
Have I? Oh, boy.
What?
The one that's waiting for you downstairs.
Waiting for me?
Wow.
What are you talking about? I don't know any women in Cairo.
Well, there's one who knows you.
Why, you're crazy.
I'm telling you.
How do you know?
She's been waiting down there for 3 days. I've seen her.
What'd she look like?
Oh, boy.
Not a native.
Cleopatra.
Is this one of your bum jokes, Abe?
I give you my word of honor.
I don't get it.
Come on downstairs and you will.
So we went downstairs. British colonels, American traveling salesmen, Egyptian army officers, a thief or two, a bevy of the ugliest women in the world. And I don't see any woman waiting for me.
There, by the door to the bar.
And I looked. And there by the door stood the one most beautiful woman I have ever seen in all my life. She was no Egyptian native. She might have descended from one of the marvelously lifelike paintings of a queen of the Hathor dynasty that I'd seen on the walls of tombs 2,000 years old. How can I describe her? Her eyes were black. Her hair was black and cut in the manner of the days of the shepherd kings that ruled the valley of the Nile 1,000 years before the pyramids were built. Red lips that smiled at me slowly. I felt my knees tremble as she looked into my eyes.
Come on, let's go ask her if she's got a friend.
And when I looked back at her, where'd she go? It was midnight. And then 1 o'clock, and 2, and then 3. We still walked the streets of Cairo. And the waning moon was rising in the northeast behind our shoulders as we turned our steps back to the hotel. Twice I thought I'd seen her, and twice she, if she it was, disappeared into a narrow winding street where we couldn't follow. No, I never followed women about the streets of a foreign city before, not in all my life. Well, there's little enough of that in the life of an archaeologist. The women we followed died 1,000, 10,000 years before we were born. We know them only by the portraits painted on the walls of a musty tomb, by what we find in great hermetically sealed stone caskets, wrapped in rust-colored linen and smelling of the ghost of cinnamon and myrrh and spikenard. I don't know why I did this.
I know. She wanted you to come after her.
That's ridiculous, Abe.
I heard her ask for you.
Well, what would she want of me?
What does a pretty gal usually want of a guy? Drinks, something to eat, a good time?
She could have had that from anybody.
Yeah, me, for instance. But she wanted you, Austin.
Well, why?
Maybe she's a spy or something.
A spy?
Maybe she wanted to sell you something. You know, you grave robbers. Maybe she knows where some old pharaoh or somebody is planted.
Yeah, that could be, I suppose. Yeah, well, I'm for bed. I got to get out to the diggings early.
Fine night we had.
Yeah, forget it. You got a room, huh?
Yeah, right down the hall. Well, knock on my door when you get up.
All right. Good night.
Night. Say, they have this incense all the time around this place, huh?
What do you mean?
Don't you smell it? Smells like a funeral.
I don't. Oh. Yeah, I suppose. Night.
Night, Austin.
I could have told him what the incense was. I've smelled cinnamon and myrrh and spikenard too often not to recognize it instantly. When I opened the door to my room, the smell was almost overpowering, used as I am to the funeral spices of ancient Egyptian tombs. No, I'm not going to tell you that a beautiful Egyptian princess of the days of Hyksos was waiting for me in the darkness. This isn't a ghost story. It's a true story. There wasn't anyone in the room. I turned on the lights, opened the window. There wasn't anyone in the room. So I went to bed, dreamed about sailing on Lake Michigan. The storm came up and the thunder crashed. And I was scared to death. Then I woke up and the thunder was the servant knocking on my door, bringing me my morning cup of tea. Abe and I got in my Jeep and rode out to the excavation. It's quite a distance from Cairo. But never mind just where it is, because that's my business. And the university's. That right rear tire went flat just as I'd been expecting. I forgot to put air in the spare, so we took quite a while getting it pumped up. It was late afternoon when we got there. Abe had never seen anything of this sort. You see, Abe, these places are built one on top of another. Almost every village and town in the east is.
Different periods of time, huh?
Yeah, that's right. There may be any number of cities built above the ruins of another. All we do is dig out the top one, you see, recover everything we can that's of historical importance, then go on carefully down to the next.
What do you do with the stuff that's on top?
It has to be destroyed, naturally.
Oh, gee, that's too bad, ain't it?
Well, we make careful records, photographs.
And then you just peel off the stuff and go on to the next.
That's right. This is the fourth city from the top we're working on now. See that big pile of rubble over there?
Yeah.
That's the remains of the other three cities.
Gee, that seems a shame. All those years of work and living and everything.
Well, we save artifacts, of course.
Save what?
You know, things that people made, potsherds, fragments of wall paintings, decorations, that sort of thing.
What do you do with the people you find?
People?
Yeah.
Oh, mummies, various things. We read the inscriptions, decide whether the fellow is important enough to investigate further. The Egyptian government has a great deal to say about the contents of tombs, you know.
Find any gold?
Not here so far, but we probably will. This part where we're standing was the necropolis of this particular city.
Uh-huh.
The cemetery, you see.
Oh, yeah.
It's reasonable to suppose that there are other tombs under here.
That's where you find the jewels and the gold and stuff.
Generally, yes.
Say, Austin, why don't you get a steam shovel in here? You'd move this stuff a lot quicker.
And probably smash some priceless inscriptions or paintings into bits. No, my boy, we do this gently.
Uh-huh. And you can read this stuff, huh? The hieroglyphics?
Hieroglyphics comes from two Greek words originally meaning carving by priests.
Okay, Professor. Can you read it?
Yeah, of course. I can read a good deal of the later writings by sight. When we get down to the real ancient stuff, that's a little more difficult.
What does this say?
What?
This slab here.
Yeah, let's see. Here was I, Hotep, presented with I guess you'd say invested with, the working tools of those who build. In my hand, I, Hotep, took the tools of the second grade of workmen in stone, the plumb, the square, and
the level, huh?
How'd you know?
There were masons in those days.
Well, sure. How do you think they built all this stone stuff?
Hey, look at that. What's that there?
It's a name. Sholem. It's probably Solomon. Yeah, this was in Solomon's time.
Right alongside the name.
The middle stone of an arch, which is secret.
The keystone. These fellas didn't know how to build an arch.
Well, that's right, they didn't. Why are you so excited about it, though?
Hey!
What?
Look at that.
This? Yeah, that's a very fine example of wall painting. Look how the colors are still bright. Look how they...
Yeah. You see the same thing I see, don't you?
You know what I saw. You know whose portrait was painted on the edge of the slab that came from a tomb that was old in the time of Augustus Caesar? Coincidence or not, here was the face of the woman who waited for me the night before in Shepherd's Hotel. It's amazing how racial characteristics persist through centuries in Egypt. I have seen Egyptian men who might have been Tutankhamun's own brother. I've seen women, but you wouldn't blame me for feeling my hackles rise a little at this uncanny resemblance to the woman who disappeared. I kept smelling myrrh and spikenard and cinnamon. But I hadn't much time to think of it then. Martin Weaver, who was in charge of the actual excavation, came up behind us.
Well, I'm glad you're back, Austin.
Oh, hello, Martin. How are we doing? Zabe Felden, Martin Weaver.
How are you? Hello. Well, day before yesterday, we broke through a place, Austin, that goes down to the city underneath this one.
You did?
Yeah, one of the workmen found a big sandstone slab, and we cleared it away completely. I've got the big shears rigged over it now, and I thought we'd wait till you got here to lift the slab. You want to do it tonight or what?
Oh, gosh, let's do it now, Austin.
Well, what do you think? Getting dark.
Let's have a look at it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're back. Bring anything to drink with you?
We walked half a mile. There was a little clearing at one corner of the necropolis, and the beams of the shears stood stark against the darkening sky. There was something elemental, something deathly about them. It's not an archaeologist's job to be sentimental or superstitious. None of us would stay on the job very long if we were. But a half-inch steel cable was attached to a block of stone was the only thing that separated us from something that happened perhaps 40 centuries ago. And, well, there are times when a man's entitled to shiver a little in the wind that rises over the desert at sunset. Abe was beside himself with excitement.
Let's pull it up, Austin. Go on, let's pull it up, huh?
Go ahead, Martin.
Okay. Glad we got the engine. That slab weighs about 70 tons.
Go ahead. A little higher.
Gosh. The air down there.
That air you're breathing, Abe, was breathed by pharaohs long before Moses led his people out of this country.
Gee.
Okay, hold it, Martin.
Right.
You going down there, Austin?
Tomorrow.
Oh, not now?
No, it's late.
Oh, gee, I'd like to go down there.
We will in the morning.
How is it?
Let's take your flashlight.
Yeah.
Mummy case, some wall paintings.
Let me see.
Take the flashlight.
Oh, boy. It isn't far down there. I'm going to jump down.
No, wait.
Don't do that. I'll be all right.
Now, don't go running all over that place, tracking it up, Abe.
I won't, boy. It's dark down here.
Get a ladder, Martin.
Yeah, okay.
You hear me, Abe?
I hear you. Throw me your flashlight.
Doggone it, that's the last time you... Here. Now stand still.
I'm standing still. Hey, Austin.
What?
The picture on the wall.
What picture?
Over here on the wall. Oh, darn it. I dropped the light.
Well, stand still. Martin will be back in a minute with his light.
Austin.
What?
There's something in here.
Well, be careful. It might be a snake.
No, it ain't a snake. It is.
Abe! Abe! Abe, what happened?
Look out, Austin! Look out, the slab!
We worked all night long, Martin and I, splicing that steel cable and raising the heavy slab that had imprisoned Abe in that place of the dead. We had no hope, but what could we do? A miracle might have happened. There might have been a chink between the slab and the opening it covered, an opening through which a few breaths of air might have seeped into the tomb. The snake might not have bitten him. He might have killed it. So we told each other all through the night. The stubborn cable cut our hands and defied our every effort. The sun was just rising when we at last had made it fast, and Martin started the engine. We'd fastened the rope onto the cable, and we swung the great stone slab aside. I was down in the tomb almost before it had cleared the opening. It was too late. I nearly sickened as I called to Martin. He jumped down, too.
Oh, my good... What happened to him?
I thought it was a snake.
No snake did that.
No.
I saw a pigeon once that a hawk had been at.
We'd have been too late even if the slab hadn't fallen.
Well... Austin.
What?
That mummy case. Was the cover off it last night when you looked down here?
No. Why, Abe couldn't have...
That lid weighs 10 tons.
Then we looked down into the stone coffin. I hope I shall never see the like of that again.
Look. What is it?
The mummy of a man. A tall man in a robe of gold cloth. Not wrapped in linen bindings, just a robe of gold cloth with strange symbols woven into the cloth. And his head. Not a man's head. The head of a hawk. No, not a mask. We looked carefully. A man with a head of a hawk. And the hawk's beak, all dabbled with red. I didn't believe it either. It couldn't be. But it was. It was the father of all the Egyptian gods, Osiris. Osiris, the brother-husband of Isis, the founder of the world's first empire. Osiris, who was murdered 16,000 years ago. And whose body was hidden by Isis, his wife, with a blasting curse on any who might find his tomb. It was impossible. It couldn't be. But there it was. And Martin and I and a dead man were there in his tomb with him. And the curse hung heavy in the musty air around us. And then the first rays of the sun, reflected from something above us, stole down into the tomb. And I saw the pictures on the wall. I saw Osiris with his hawk's head. And the robe he wore and the mitre on his hawk's head was the same that the mummy wore in a casket. I saw Isis, his wife, weeping over the body of her murdered husband. And the beauty of the work of the long-dead artist was unbelievable. And I saw another picture. There was the daughter of Isis and Osiris. Yes, of course I could read the inscriptions. Yes. Of course I could recognize her face. I'd seen it before. In the lobby of Shepherd's Hotel. And the inscriptions on the wall were terrifying. There were secrets there that men would give their lives to possess today. There were secrets there that we've only begun to imagine today. I'm a scientist, I know. Or do I? We forgot the thing in the coffin. We forgot the thing on the floor. And it grew darker and darker in the tomb. And I read on and on. I stood before the painting of the one who was Osiris' daughter. Long black hair. Red lips that smiled at me. And my heart stopped at the inscription under the portrait. I read it over again. Be not afraid. Tin. Carved into the living rock in the ancient hieratic characters uncounted centuries ago. Not by the hand of the artist. I knew who had carved my name there. Be not afraid, Austin. And I wasn't afraid at all when I discovered that the thing that was making it dark down there was a great slab of sandstone, slowly swinging around and down to imprison us all in the tomb that the wife of Osiris had cursed. Martin Weaver was a very brave man. Martin Weaver didn't scream and cry in the heavy dark. Martin Weaver talked to me quietly.
It'll be all right, Austin. The workmen will be here before long, and they'll see the slab, and Ibrahim knows how to run the engine.
I hope so, Martin. I hope they'll be in time.
They'll be in time. He'll start the engine and pull the thing off all right.
I hope so, Martin.
Sure. They'll know that something's wrong.
Where are you?
Right here.
Well, stand still.
I am standing still.
I thought I heard you move.
No. You afraid, Austin?
Are you?
Not particularly. But I...
Yes.
Well, the thing in the... Where are you going?
I haven't moved.
I thought I felt your hand on my arm.
No. Sit still. Don't use up the air.
Well, you sit still.
I tell you, I didn't move.
Something's moving.
It couldn't be.
Austin?
What? Martin. 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 Answer me, Martin. And there was nothing but silence. And then another footstep. And I felt a hand on my arm, and I screamed with terror. But it was a gentle hand, and it led me gently away from where I stood in the dark. And I followed. I hit my head on the solid stone wall. My feet dragged as I followed whoever it was through a door that I knew couldn't be there. And a voice breathed in my ear.
Austin.
And I smelled cinnamon and myrrh and spikenard. And I followed on. And soon there was a glimmering of light ahead of me, and I felt the hand release my arm, and I walked on toward the light. Then, in a little while, another little room hewn out of the solid rock, and a light burning. A little bronze lamp at the head of a mummy case of lacquered painted wood. And the portrait image on the lid of the sarcophagus. The same face. The smile. And I came closer to read the inscription I knew would be there. An inscription put there so many, many years ago. I have freed you, Austin. Now free me. My hand went to the fastening of the lid. When I looked up to the wall above, the portrait again. But with a difference. The same costume, the same jewelry, the same headdress. But the head was the head of a hawk, the head of Osiris' daughter. So I sit here, and the little bronze lamp is flickering low. No. I haven't opened the coffin. I'm afraid to.
Listen to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Murray Forbes played Abe Feldman. Martin Weaver was Don Briggs. As usual, the original music for Quiet, Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week's Quiet, Please. Here is my good friend, our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
I've got a story for you next week called Put on the Dead Man's Coat. It's about a man who had an idea that wasn't good for him.
Put on the Dead Man's Coat. The title of next week's Quiet, Please. And so until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is REN. Next, it's Inner Sanctum, followed in 30 minutes by REN After School. This is the Radio Entertainment Network.
Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Friends of the Creaking Door, this is your host to welcome you into the Inner Sanctum once again. Come in. You know, so many people have asked me to explain the significance of the creaking door, but I don't really have to. You see, the door creaks for itself. I was going to have a friend of mine here tonight to give you a short explanation. Being an undertaker by profession, he's an authority on the subject, but he couldn't make it. He's been so busy. Poor chap. He's literally buried in his work. All right, friends. Let's get dreadful. Now remember, don't scream back at the radio. It won't do you any good. All set? Then listen as we hear our star, Anne Seymour, in the role of Catherine Blind, tell us this story in her own words.
of lightning, like a giant white electric light, lit up the sky that night as I went up the walk. And Bryan Mansion looked like a huge gabled tomb standing there on the hill. For a moment I wanted to run, but much as I hated it, I'd come back. Not because I lived there, not because I wanted to be there, but because of this house. I should find out if I was going to live or if I was going to die. I let myself in quietly, made my way to the living room. There was a rustling of skirts, and Mother suddenly appeared in the dim, shadowy light.
Kathy, dear.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, you're so late, I was getting worried.
Was my stepfather worried, too?
Why, yes, dear. Mark is still up. Here, you've got to take your coat off. It's so true.
Don't you touch me.
Kathy, darling.
And don't start sniveling over me again, Mother. I can't stand it.
I was just trying to help you.
Always trying to help me. Why didn't you think of helping me before you married that man upstairs? But no. You're such a pretty woman, Mother. You couldn't possibly be without a husband. What would people say?
Catherine, please, you can't go on like this.
No, I can't. I can't go on very much longer without destroying myself.
You must not say such things.
And why not? It'd make you and Mark very happy if I should die. Wouldn't it?
Catherine.
No one in this house wants me to go on living.
Good evening, Catherine.
Mark. I didn't know you were here.
I'm aware of that. I heard you.
Mark, she didn't mean it. She didn't mean a word of it.
Oh, but I did. Now that you're both here, there's something I must find out tonight. It's very important.
What is it?
10 years ago, my father died.
Catherine, we can't discuss that now.
We must. I've got to know certain things.
Why?
Because if I don't, something quite dreadful might happen to me.
Now, Catherine, you're exaggerating.
Dr. Wells doesn't think so. I've been going to him for months now. He knows there's grave danger that I'll go completely out of my mind if I don't find out about this.
My poor darling.
Don't pity me, Mother. Help me. Tell me how my father died. You know you were there.
But, Catherine, there's nothing to tell. Your father was killed in an accident. He was a doctor.
That will be enough, Laura.
Mark.
We'll call Dr. Wells the first thing in the morning and discuss the matter with him.
Why don't you let her tell me? What have you got to hide?
We are not going to discuss this until I speak to Dr. Wells. Now, Laura, I suggest you come upstairs as soon as possible. Good night, Catherine.
Mother, he's gone. You were going to tell me. Where was this accident? How did it happen? Who was involved?
Kathy, you're in no state to do anything right now. Mark was right. We should speak to Dr. Wells about it first.
Yes. Speak to him so you both can make up an appropriate lie to tell me. I don't want any lies. I want the truth, Mother. And I'm prepared to go to any length to get it. Look at this.
Now, Catherine.
Look at it, I tell you. Look at it.
What is it?
A woman sold it to me. Today. A strange little woman.
It's a sort of tiny painted tile.
Not just an ordinary tile, Mother. It comes from the Orient, the woman said. Do you see this very odd design? If you look at it long enough, she said, a strange thing will happen. You'll find yourself able to talk with the dead. See them wherever they are. Touch them. Catherine, I'm going to talk to my father.
You can't be serious.
You won't tell me what I want to know. Then maybe the dead will. Mother left the room, and I sat down in front of the fireplace, just as I used to when I was a child. I looked at the tile, at the design. The parallel lines and dots began to dance before my eyes. I stared at it. It seemed to hold, control my gaze. And then almost at once, I felt an icy chill, and the design vanished. In its place, there was black, infinite space, filled with shadows and still shadows beyond shadows. Then I noticed a speck of gray come out of that blackness. There was a strange, sulphurous odor in the air. As it came toward me, at first very slowly, and gradually faster and faster, as though it were coming to me through endless years of space. Suddenly there was an ear-shattering thunderclap. A streak of lightning zigzagged through the room in an insane dance, and I heard the front door close. I heard footsteps approaching. I turned around, faced the doorway, and then I saw him.
Don't scream.
Who are you?
You are Kathy Bryan.
You know me?
I did. 10 years ago.
Where did you come from?
Tell me, how do I appear to you?
How you appear?
Yes. Please.
You have white hair, white beard, but your eyes, no, it can't be.
What can't be? That my eyes are the eyes of a corpse? That I look more like a dead man than a living one?
Yes.
That should not be so strange.
Who are you? Did you know my father?
Dr. Bryan. Very well. Very well indeed.
How did he die? I want to know that.
He was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, murdered.
How do you know?
I saw it all.
You?
I was punished for it.
You murdered him?
No, I didn't kill him. He was the only friend I had in the world. That's why I came back here tonight. Didn't you ever know how your father died?
No.
Would you like to know?
More than anything in the world.
He was the kindest of men. And that's what led to his destruction. He took a man under his care. A man who had been given up as a raving maniac. And rather than see this man placed in an institution, he kept him in the guest cottage of his house.
Wait, I remember now. The man was a poet.
Yes. His name was Dennis Damore. Your father believed this man was a great poet and struggled to save him.
Did this man murder my father?
No. One evening when your father came in to treat Damore, there was a third man in the darkened cottage. This man leaped at your father and drove a knife into his back. The poor madman, frightened, ran over the countryside until he was caught by the police. And he was charged with the murder of your father.
You said you saw all this.
I did.
Then you are...
The madman, Dennis Damore.
You're dead?
Perhaps I am.
The murderer. Who was the person who murdered my father?
You know him quite well. He's the man who's now married to your mother, Mark Weldon.
No. Can you prove this?
Your father is the only one who can prove this.
My father. Can you bring him back here?
Bring him back?
You came back. If you could only bring him and prove this.
Prove it? Perhaps I can. Perhaps I will bring him back tonight.
Just then, there was a tremendous thunderclap, and the electric lights failed. I tried to see him by the firelight, but he wasn't in the room. I ran to the door, stumbling over furniture in the shadows and screaming for him to wait. I opened the front door, but he wasn't there.
Kathy, we heard you screaming.
Did you, Mother?
What happened?
I found out how my father died.
Really? How?
He was murdered.
Laura, did you tell her anything?
No, not a word, Mark, I swear. Kathy, how did you find out?
I told you how I'd find out.
That tile.
Yes, it worked.
That's impossible.
Of course you'd say that. But I discovered tonight that you, Mark, murdered my father. That you cleverly arranged that a poor patient of his named Dennis Damore would be arrested for the crime that you committed.
Who told you this?
Dennis Damore.
Damore? Was he here?
Yes. He told me everything.
And you believed him?
Why shouldn't I?
Why, the man's a maniac.
I don't know how he ever got here. He should be at the State Institution for the Criminally Insane.
Number, please.
Hello, operator. Will you put through a call to the State Institution for the Criminally Insane at Blyton? I wish to speak to whomever is in charge. And call me back as soon as you get them. It's urgent.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Thank you. Now, Catherine, you claim you actually spoke to this man?
Yes, Mark. He told me he saw you murder my father.
Why, you're lucky you escaped with your life. Well, the man is a homicidal maniac. I find it shocking that you should even begin to believe this fantastic story.
But it seems to be true, Mark, doesn't it? My father was murdered. And Dennis Damore was sent away for the crime.
Yes, that part of it is true. But to accuse me? Laura, we've tolerated her in this enough, but this is... Hello?
Hello, this is Dr. King, the night supervisor of State Institution.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dr. King. This is Mark Weldon speaking. Has one of your patients, Dennis Damore, escaped?
Dennis Damore, the poet?
Yes, that's right. A homicidal maniac.
He hasn't escaped, Mr. Weldon. He was one of the patients who was killed in the fire that broke out in this place 2 years ago.
What's that?
Didn't you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I heard you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Mark, what is it?
Dennis Damore is dead. He was killed 2 years ago.
Well, friend, how'd you like to have a little Chinese tile that can produce dead men for you? Oh, don't you think that Dennis Damore is a ghost? Perhaps you think he's just an old pop-eyed poltergeist? Well, we'll know in a moment as we hear Catherine Bryan tell us the second half of her weird story.
My stepfather's hand trembled as he hung up the phone. And even in the red glow of the firelight, I could see his face had suddenly turned snowy white.
It's impossible. The dead can't come back. Unless you're making up this whole thing, Kathy.
Why should I invent a story like this?
Because you've always been insanely jealous. You've always hated your mother for marrying me. Isn't that true, Laura? Isn't it?
Yes. It's true.
There. You see, Catherine? Your mother loves you. She wouldn't lie. Now tell us the truth. You made up this whole wild tale about Dennis Damore, didn't you?
No, Mark. I didn't invent it. Dennis Damore was here.
He couldn't have been. He's been dead for 2 years.
Then how would I know the things I told you?
I don't know. And that's what you've got to explain.
Mark, why does this upset you so? If you didn't murder him, what difference does it make about Damore? Why are you so frightened?
I'm not frightened. I'm just determined to get to the bottom of this thing. What was that?
Just the thunder, Mark.
Laura, why are you looking at me like that?
Like what?
Staring at me. As though you've seen me for the first time. Do you believe this mad story Catherine's told us? Do you think I murdered her father?
I just remembered certain things, Mark. I can't help it if I think of them now.
What things? Tell me what things?
2 days before the murder, you told me you were in love with me. I sent you away, told you never to come to this house again.
Go on.
On the night of the murder, I saw you standing in the moonlight, near the guest cottage.
You did?
I thought I was mistaken, especially since you claimed you were at home that night. Oh, Mark, don't be angry with me. I can't help it thinking of these things now. It's only natural.
Natural? Is it natural for a man's wife to accuse him of a crime like murder? And on the basis of what? The word of a psychopathic girl who should have been confined long ago. She talked to a man who's been dead for 2 years. I suppose you believe that, too. And who is this man, even assuming that he's alive? A madman. A homicidal maniac who took your first husband's life when your husband tried to cure him. Well, I've had enough of this.
Mark, what are you taking out of that drawer?
Kathy, come here.
Why? Mark, put the gun away.
Shut up, Lola. Now, Kathy, I won't hurt you unless you try something dangerous. I'm holding this gun because I believe your mother and I are no longer safe in the same room with you. Now I want the truth. You were lying to us before, weren't you?
No.
Very well, then. Where is this man you saw? I'd like to see him, too.
I don't know.
Of course you don't, because he doesn't exist.
He does. He appeared when I looked at the Chinese tile.
The Chinese tile? Good. Look at your Chinese tile now. Make him appear.
You're trying to make a fool of me. A liar.
You'll do as I tell you. Look at that tile. Go on.
All right, I will.
Now, what do you see?
Nothing but the design.
Yes, and that's all you're going to see.
No. The design is fading. Getting dark. Dark. Nothing but black. Mark! I heard the front door. Someone just came in.
Yes.
Those footsteps. That's just how he came in the last time.
Perhaps, but I doubted it. Good evening.
Oh, it is. Never.
You remember me, Laura?
Yes. You've changed a great deal, but it is you.
Mr. Weldon, it's been 10 years since I've seen you.
Demore. Then you're not dead. There must have been some mistake when I identified you.
Not dead.
You escaped. Someone must have been identified instead of you. That's the only explanation.
It depends on what you choose to believe, Mr. Weldon. I brought a guest with me.
My father.
Dr. Bryan, I'm sure you know these people quite well. Of course you do.
What's he saying? He's talking to my father.
That's right, Kathy. Unfortunately, you cannot see him. But he's here. Aren't you, Doctor?
Demore, what are you up to?
What do you think?
If you come back here to make trouble...
Trouble? No. I've come back because someone wanted to know the truth. And I brought the doctor back for the same reason. Doctor, before these others, I want you to tell us who murdered you. Who murdered you?
Mark! You shot him.
Yes.
Why? Why?
He's dangerous. A maniac.
That's not the reason. It's because you murdered my father, and you don't want us to know.
All right, Kathy. I did kill him.
Mark!
Doesn't make any difference now. This maniac has planted suspicion in your mind. You would have found out sooner or later.
Mark!
Yes, I killed him. For you, Laura. I loved you. But that's over now. It's been over for a long time. I know what to do now. And it's going to be very simple. Thanks to our friend lying there.
What are you going to do?
Don't you know, Laura? It's so simple. Your bodies must be found in such a condition that they will be certain Damore killed you. And then I'll tell them how I shot the homicidal maniac to protect myself.
It's the same way he killed my father.
Yes, Kathy.
You won't die, Catherine.
Damore.
Did you think you could kill me, Weldon?
Damore.
Do you think those shots will stop me?
Don't you come near me. Stand back.
Nothing will stop me, Weldon.
The gun, it's empty. No, don't. Let go, please.
I saw the bullet strike Damore. They hit him, but they didn't stop him from lurching toward Mark and seizing him by the throat. As they fell to the floor, the kerosene lamp fell off its table. It might have been the wind, but I believe otherwise. I'm almost certain it was my father. In a moment, the grate flew on fire, and the whole place was blazing. I screamed to my mother to leave. She ran with me out of the blazing building into the storm that raged outside. 2 weeks later, my mother came into the hotel room where we were staying.
I've just come from the police, Kathy.
Well, Mother?
Only one body is positively identified.
Whose?
Mark's. The other body? They haven't been able to find it in the rubble.
I don't believe they ever will.
But, Kathy, the police checked with the authorities at the state institution. It seems that some of the patients did escape at the time they had the fire there 2 years ago. It's possible that Damore was among them.
It's possible, but I doubt it.
You think Damore died 2 years ago?
Yes, Mother. Don't you?
Well, friends, I guess you've met ghosts before, but I'm sure this is the first time you've ever met a crazy spook. Or don't you think Dennis Damore was a ghost? Well, there's only one way to find out if ghosts really exist. Just ask one to haunt you sometime. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Winstead, will your wife be down shortly? Yes. Laura promised a special seance from Miss Keaton here at 2.
Yes, and I can hardly wait. I've always been so curious about things like this, but I've never attended a seance before.
Well, I assure you, Miss Keaton, you'll find it most fascinating. I've been watching Laura practice for almost 5 years. She makes more progress with every sitting. It's absolutely astounding what she can do. Isn't it, Winstead? Yes, quite. Oh, yes. She really didn't know she had the power, until about 1937. Remember, Winstead, the penthouse party? Who gave the beastly thing? Do you remember? Yes, I remember very well. It was Quentin Ramsey. Oh, yes, that's who it was. Ramsey had a mystic oracle board, Ouija. No one could get the thing to work until they coaxed Laura to sit down and have a try.
And she made the board work?
Oh, indeed she did. All over the place. It was absolutely weird. She got messages from several of the guests' friends who had passed on some time ago. People she'd never heard of until that night.
Wow, wonderful.
She used the board for about a year and then found out she could get pencil messages.
Pencil messages?
Yes, she simply substituted the pencil for the little heart-shaped board with the isinglass window. Her messages came in more rapidly that way, more complete, and this method was less tiring for her.
You mean she actually contacts departed spirits that way?
I mean, she did. But she gave up the writing method 2 years ago. Didn't she, Winstead? Yes, thank heavens. Every place I'd go, I'd find a paper simply covered with strange scratching, harebrained, so-called messages. But look here, old fellow. Do I detect a shade of sarcasm in your voice? I dare say you do. rather bored with the whole thing. But why Winstead? Simply because it's all a lot of... Well, go on. Oh, never mind. Oh, I wish you'd come on downstairs and get this thing over with. Frederica, I urge you not to waste your time with this foolishness. Foolishness? Now, look here, Winstead. You can't talk about your wife's work like that.
No, darling, really. I'm absolutely fascinated by it all. I can't wait for Mrs. Winstead to come down.
Well, she'll be down in a moment. I say, Winstead, really, I can't understand your attitude about Laura's work. Why, you used to enjoy watching her work immensely. Yes. I used to love her immensely. What? I say, does that mean that you...
Mr. Rogers, you said a moment ago that Mrs. Winstead doesn't communicate by means of pencil writing any longer.
Why, no, she doesn't. After about a year of it, she undertook a profound and comprehensive study of spiritualism and communication with those who have left this level. In her study, she learned that those departed ones can sometimes make contact with us through the use of a medium's voice. She began very slowly at first, lying relaxed on a couch, eyes closed, and eventually her contact began to use Laura's own voice for their messages.
And that's what she'll do for us tonight?
That and more.
More?
Oh, yes. You see, Miss Keaton, after Laura Winstead perfected her means of vocal communication with spirits, she continued her studies and experiments until she became able to bring about materialization.
You mean...
now we see the departed one with whom we commune.
Oh. Well, I really didn't expect that. I thought possibly a few table rappings.
Oh, there'll be more than mere rappings here tonight, Miss Keaton. Oh, here's Laura now. Laura, dear.
Good evening. Or should I say good morning? It's after 2 a.m.
Yes, Laura. We've been waiting for you. Really, I think you could be more prompt.
Do you, Harvey? Or perhaps you should hold the seances instead of me.
Now, Laura, there's really no reason for you to make a scene. Oh, no, of course not. We're not here for a scene. It's for a seance. Yes. Shall we begin, Laura?
Yes. Harvey, if this is going to bore you, I suggest you go into the library until we've finished.
No, I'll remain here.
Then I must ask you to assume the right attitude. You know we always have difficulty getting good contact whenever a disbeliever is present.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Winstead believes, don't you, Harvey?
I'd rather ask that same question of you, Frederica. We're finished here.
Oh, don't worry about me, Mrs. Winstead. I'm quite open-minded.
I'm sure you are, dear. Now, if we'll all gather around the table. Rogers, will you turn out the lights, please?
Oh, yes, certainly. There we are. Now we'll all...
Oh, what's that? What's wrong? What's happened?
Oh, never mind, Laura. Federico, are you all right? Oh, yes. Yes, of course she is. I really missed my chair and bumped into hers. So sorry, Miss Keaton.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. Please forgive me, but I was startled for a moment.
There now. We're all settled. It was entirely my fault, Miss Keaton. I'm terribly sorry.
It's quite all right, Mr. Rogers.
Is everyone quite ready?
Yes, Laura. All ready. Shall we begin any time now?
Harvey, we will begin when an opportune time arrives. Let me tell you once again that if you are impatient, it will be best that you will leave us.
Oh, no. No, Harvey, please don't go.
Don't worry. I have no intention of leaving.
You please all join hands. Roger, give me your hand. Miss Keaton, yours, please. Now you two clasp hands with Mr. Winstead.
Yes, I understand. Harvey, where's your hand? Oh, there it is.
All set, Laura.
Now, whatever happens, no one is to break the contact. Is that perfectly clear? No one. We will soon make communication with one from another level.
Where will we see this?
I must ask you to be very quiet, Miss Keaton. No one is to speak. And when the materialization takes place, please do not utter a sound unless it addresses you personally. We're gathered here to commune with whomsoever wishes to contact us. We've gathered with open minds and with a unity of purpose. If there is someone who wishes to speak to us, or any one of us, will he or she please make herself known? Is someone seeking contact? Please knock twice for no, thrice for yes. Do you have a message for someone present? For me? No. For someone else who is present here? Do you wish to speak through me? Do you wish to show yourself to us? Very well. We will await your appearance now. When you are ready to speak through me, please begin. Frederica, Frederica, do you hear me? Yes. Yes, I hear you. I am calling to you, Frederica. I hear you. I am over here. Over here. Yes, I see you. Do you recognize me, Frederica? Yes. You are my mother. Yes, dear. I am your mother. Do not worry, Frederica. Do not worry about anything. Be good, my child. Be good and do not worry. Oh, no. No, don't go. Not yet. I want to talk to you.
She's gone.
Oh, I saw her so plainly. It was my mother. I know it was. Harvey, did you see her?
Yes, I saw her.
Will you turn up the lights, Roger?
Yes, of course. Feeling all right, Laura?
Yes, quite all right, thank you.
Miss Keaton?
Yes, I suppose so. I don't know what to make of this. It's all so wonderful.
I'd take it with a grain of salt, my dear. Try not to think too much about it.
Harvey, I'll not have you say such things. Miss Keaton, you've just seen and talked with your mother. You may do so again whenever you wish. In case there's the slightest doubt in your mind, I can assure you that it was your mother. Oh, yes. Yes, I'm sure it was, Mrs. Winstead. And as I say, it's so wonderful. Tell me, why haven't I heard of your ability to do this before now? Because, Miss Keaton, I permit no one to speak of it. I do not wish to become a public figure. I give sittings for my friends. I don't wish the world at large to know about my power, so I swear every newcomer to complete and absolute secrecy. I'm asking you for your assurance now.
You mean you don't want me to speak of this to anyone?
Yes, that's what I mean. You must promise to speak to no one of what you have seen here tonight.
Very well, Mrs. Winstead. As you wish.
I shall expect you to keep that promise. Now, the seance is ended. I shall bid you all good night.
Now, Laura, dear, won't you stay and talk for a while?
Thank you, no. I'm very tired, and it's almost 3 o'clock.
I'll see you to the stairs then, and then I must be going. Winston, old chap, I'll see you at the office tomorrow. Very well. Thank you, Rogers. Good night, Miss Keaton.
Good night, Mr. Rogers. Mrs. Winstead.
Good night, my dear. Please come back again when you can.
Oh, thank you, I will.
Good night, Laura. I'll run Frederica home. I'll be along shortly.
Yes, Harvey. Take your time, my dear. Now, whatever made me say that? I'm sure you will, anyway. Good night.
Harvey. She's suspicious.
That I'm in love with you?
How could she have found out?
I told her.
You did?
Yes. Made a clean breast of it to her. Told her it was no good, she and I trying to continue to make a go of it. She refuses to give me a divorce.
Oh.
I'm really desperate, Frederica. I can't stand living with her another day. She's changed so. There's no love in her heart anymore. No warmth. She suddenly becomes such a different person. Nagging, sharp-tongued, overbearing.
Oh, poor dear. You do need someone to look after you. She must neglect you terribly.
She does. I minded a lot at first. Believe me, Frederica, I was always in love with Laura. Now she's so indifferent. Everything I try to do for her.
But why has she become so indifferent to you?
I stopped trying to explain that months ago. I don't care anymore. Now that I found you.
Harvey.
You do love me, don't you, Frederica?
Oh, yes, dear. Of course I do. But we can't go on like this. There's no solution in view.
There must be a solution. There must be some way.
But there is no way. No way except the one Laura denies us.
Just give me a little time, Frederica. It isn't hopeless yet. I promise you, Frederica, I'll find a way. I'll find a way somehow.
My darling. Harvey, I'm still thinking about what Laura did here tonight. The apparition. The voice of my mother.
Oh, nonsense, Frederica.
Darling, what do you mean?
Here, I'll show you what I mean. Here, I want you to see this, Frederica. Here you are. See?
Well, that's almost an exact image of my mother.
Nothing but a papier-mâché face, painted to resemble an old lady, an old gray shawl and some old-style spectacles.
But how does it work? How does she make it appear?
Easily. Look, up above there. An almost invisible wire strung across the room. Laura simply releases an electrically controlled lock on this cabinet behind her chair. Since the invisible wire is placed at a single angle, the so-called spirit slips slowly out in front of those sitting at the table. Here. Like this. There. Then Laura says whatever she wants to. Changing her voice. When it's all over, she simply manipulates this cord on a pulley inside the cabinet. The image is returned to the cabinet. Simple.
Oh. Well, then she merely tricked us.
Tricked you. I've known for years that Laura's nothing but a fraud.
You might have kept what you know to yourself, Harvey.
Oh, Mrs. Winstead.
Laura, I asked her not to come here. She insisted that since you extended the invitation, she was obliged to. I felt it only fair to show her that she'd
Harvey, never mind, Miss Keaton. I'm not in the least embarrassed. The apparition was a trick, yes. But I assure you, my dear, the voice was not.
Well, of course it was, Laura. You know it.
Indeed. Harvey, my dear, there are many things between earth and heaven that none of us know. There are many things that you don't know. Yes, I have used tricks at our meetings, I admit that. But not everything that has happened here has been trickery.
You'll have to convince me, Laura.
Harvey, I have a feeling that someday, somehow I will convince you. And that when I do, you'll never be able to scoff at me again.
Laura, I'm sorry about last night. But we simply must settle this thing once and for all.
I can't see if there's anything to settle.
You haven't the right to hold me like this, Laura. You don't love me. Why don't you give me my freedom?
Simple, Harvey. Because no woman likes to see another take her place. And besides, it's so convenient being married to your income.
You're the most selfish, the most self-centered woman I've ever met.
Am I, darling?
You certainly are. Laura, all I ask is a divorce. I'll see to it that you're well cared for financially.
No, Harvey. You're wasting your breath. I told you no yesterday. I say no again today. And I'll keep on saying no as long as I live.
As long as you live. Yes. Just so, my dear. Just so.
Frederica, darling. Yes? Oh, Laura. How are you? Excellent, Frederica. I'm driving out to Cliff Point. Won't you ride along with me? We'll be back by noon.
Oh, why, thank you so much. I would like the fresh air.
Then come along, Frederica. I need some company, and besides, I want to have a little talk with you.
Frederica! Laura! Laura, stop! Stop the car, for heaven's sake! There's your evening paper. Harvey Whence Dead's wife dead and plunged over Cliff Point. Two women forced off highway by unidentified truck driver. Mrs. Harvey Winstead killed instantly. Miss Frederica Keaton expected to die. There you are, folks. Just your evening paper. How is she, Doctor? How is Miss Keaton?
She's slightly improved, Mr. Winston.
Thank heaven.
She's still in a very serious condition. She regained consciousness early this morning after a 10 days coma. She seems to recognize people, but something is wrong with Miss Keaton's nerve centers. For one thing, she can't use her voice.
An operation, perhaps?
Yes, a very serious one. To require, well, quite an expense.
Oh, hang the expense. Get the best surgeon you know of. I'll pay all the bills, everything. Only Frederica Keaton must recover. I say, Winstead, do you really think that that this girl will ever recover? I don't know. It's been months since the accident. She hasn't been able to speak one word to me. Oh, look here, it's none of my affair, really, but I know things have been going very badly for you lately. Losing your wife and all. But you need some money, old man. Oh, no. No, thanks. Thanks a lot, Rogers. My money's not completely gone. Yet.
Good news. Good news, Winston.
Yes, Doctor?
The operation was a success. Believe me, I never dreamed it would require 3 operations to make Miss Keaton able to speak again.
She can talk?
Yes. After almost 6 months of silence.
Oh, that's splendid. When can I see her, Doctor?
Why, now, if you wish. Here, this way. Just a few minutes now. She's very weak.
Yes. Hello, Frederica.
Harvey. Harvey. Darling.
Oh, my darling, at last.
Isn't it wonderful, dear?
Oh, my dearest one. To hear your voice again.
I thought I'd never speak to you again.
You must forget all that, darling. Get well soon, please. Because just as soon as you're strong enough, we'll be married, dearest. Just as I've always told you we'd be. Oh, no. Wait a minute, Frederica. I want to carry my bride over the threshold. Up you come now. There we are. Now. There you are, Mrs. Winston, in your new home at last. Now, how about a kiss from Mr. Winstead's new bride?
Harvey, you're always the fool, aren't you?
Frederica, darling.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. You're so annoying, Harvey.
Frederica, whatever's come over you?
You thought your problem was solved, didn't you? You thought sending me over the embankment to my death was the solution.
I don't understand.
Look at me. Whom do you see? Frederica Keaton, yes, of course you do. But whose voice do you hear?
Laura.
You've been so stupid, Harvey, you hadn't even noticed.
It can't be.
Are you a believer now?
Laura, my wife. A delicate case of murder. The 14th original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Georgiana Cook was heard tonight as Laura Winstead. Ben Morris was Harvey Winstead. Eleanor Naylor Corrin played Frederica Keaton. Muir Hype was Rogers. And Fred Wayne was the Doctor. Next Friday night at this same time, listen to the 15th unusual tale in this series of dark fantasy, Spawn of the Subhuman, in which the nation's favorite soprano star makes an aeroplane flight to an incredible destiny that awaits her at the hands of a strange and mysterious madman. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you from WKY, Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is
traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you'll enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call 0 Hour. Our story tonight begins in the large, luxurious office of Dr. William Jackson, the noted psychiatrist. Dr. Jackson, a tall, intelligent-looking man in his late 50s, is seated in a chair beside a fireplace reading a patient's case history. As he reads, the door to his office is quietly opened, and Keith Roberts, a slender, nervous man of 35, peers into the room.
Pardon me, Doctor. Oh, it's you, Mr. Roberts. Come in. Thank you. Is there anything I can do for you?
Doctor, I just couldn't stay in my room. I must talk to you. I simply must.
Now, won't tomorrow do?
No. It'll be too late then. It's got to be tonight.
I see. Well, here, take this chair by the fireplace.
Thank you. Doctor, I know you're my final hope. That if you don't find me sane, they'll put me away. This is my last chance. I must make you see that my story is true.
Are you sure it can't wait till tomorrow?
No. Every minute counts. Even now, time is running out.
You sound as though an overwhelming disaster were about to happen.
Yes, Doctor, that's just it. A disaster such as the world has never known is about to happen. It will affect every human being on Earth.
Suppose you start from the beginning and tell me everything.
From the beginning?
Yes.
Well, I suppose it all began that day 6 months ago in Philip Cromwell's office. Cromwell is the fellow who publishes my books. I'm a writer, you know.
Yes, I know.
Well, Cromwell told me that he had acquired the literary rights to the life of the world-famous scientist, Professor Dana Friedberg. And I was the man who would write the professor's biography. I think that day, Doctor, was the happiest in my life. I was to have the opportunity to talk to Professor Dana Friedberg every day and grow to know him intimately. He was a scientist and humanitarian who I, like countless thousands, had admired and respected for years. Well, it was with a certain feeling of excitement that I arrived at Ardmore, Pennsylvania, where the professor lived and taught. I registered at the inn and then phoned the professor's secretary for an appointment. Professor Friedberg lived in a small cottage, and as his housekeeper led me to his study, I could see the house was plainly furnished. The study itself was overflowing with books. They were everywhere. And there amidst the books sat the professor himself. White-haired, small, puffing on a pipe.
Come in, Mr. Roberts. Come in.
Thank you, Professor.
Here, let me remove the books from this chair so you can sit down. So, you are the young man who is going to write my biography?
Yes, sir. I want this book to do justice to your life, Professor. To make people realize what you've contributed to humanity.
Well, I might have contributed a great deal more if people only understood men of science.
How do you mean, sir?
Scientists work and think in terms of the future. Scientific research has always been handicapped by men who had no faith in the visions of science.
Well, don't you think, Professor, science has achieved so many miracles that people aren't as skeptical as they once were?
I wish I could agree. But believe me, Mr. Roberts, if I were to advance the theory that there is a civilization on Mars, many people would say that old Professor Friedberg is in his dotage.
Yes, I suppose you're right. You speak of a civilization on Mars. Do you have any theories on that, Professor?
No, none at all, my friend. But it is quite possible there is a civilization on Mars, one even more highly developed than our own.
Well, I find the idea quite intriguing.
We scientists here on Earth are planning atomic-powered ships. Ships that will be able to fly to other planets. Who knows, perhaps Mars or some other planet is far in advance of us scientifically. Perhaps we will wake up one morning to find that we have visitors from another planet.
Strange, isn't it? When we think of such things, it's always we who will fly to another planet. It never occurs to us that another planet may reach us first.
Exactly. And yet, who knows? At this very moment, a rocket ship or some other type may be on its way to Earth. Yes, my friend, things may be happening on other planets that we here on Earth cannot even comprehend. Yes, I have learned one important fact in this long life of mine. Anything is possible.
The days that followed went swiftly. And as the weeks slipped by and my notes on the professor accumulated, I knew that his was one of the great minds of all time. I was constantly astounded by his wide knowledge on a score of subjects. It was small wonder that famous people from all over the world came to see this remarkable man. It was almost with regret that 4 months later, I finished the biography and called upon the professor to say goodbye.
Oh, so you are returning to New York?
Yes, Professor.
I shall miss our daily talks, Keith. Yes, it had become a most pleasant habit.
I'll miss them, too. Professor, is anything wrong?
Wrong? What makes you ask?
Oh, come now, Professor. We've known each other for over 5 months. By this time, I can sense your every mood, and something seems to be worrying you.
Yes, Keith, something is. I don't know whether you read about it in the papers, but a week ago there was a tremendous explosion in the wilds of Montana.
Yes, I recall the papers said it was a meteor.
Yes, that seemed the obvious answer. After all, a meteor crashing into Earth is not an uncommon event.
Are you trying to tell me it wasn't a meteor?
A government investigation was made at the site of the explosion. A huge piece of metal weighing several tons was found buried deep in the earth.
That certainly sounds like a meteor.
Yes, it does. But when the metal was dug up and examined, a very curious fact was revealed.
What was that?
The metal could not be identified. It was a new element, never before seen on Earth.
A new element?
Yes. Every conceivable test was made. It is a metal that is 1,000 times harder than steel, and yet it is lighter.
Well, what does Washington think?
They believe it to be a meteor, a type that never crashed onto Earth before.
And what do you believe, Professor?
I have a theory, Keith, which I have not told to anyone as yet. Do you recall our conversation the day we met?
Oh, yes.
I mentioned at the time that it was quite conceivable that some other planet might have a much higher civilization than our own.
Yes, and you said it was possible that we might wake up some morning and discover that we had visitors from... Professor, you don't mean that the explosion...
Why not?
You think that explosion might have been a rocket ship from another planet that crashed into the Earth?
It is only a theory, but it is not beyond the realm of possibility.
If that is true, then it means this metal is wreckage.
Yes. Before passing on this theory to Washington, I should like to conduct a personal investigation.
You mean go to Montana, the site of the explosion?
Yes. Would you care to go with me?
I'd like to very much.
Good. Then I suggest we leave tomorrow without divulging our plans to anyone. We fly to Helena, Montana, hire a car there, and drive the rest of the way.
How much further do you think it is, Professor?
It should be just beyond that hill ahead.
Now, this certainly is desolate country. You could hardly call this a road.
Yes. That large ranch house we passed 20 miles back is the nearest dwelling to where the explosion occurred.
Well, we're coming to the top of the hill.
Oh, there it is, Professor.
Oh, say, that's quite a hole.
Yes. According to the report, it is 200 feet in diameter and 70 feet deep.
What an explosion that must have been.
I understand it was visible for 60 miles.
Well, just what are your plans, Professor?
Well, the hole has already been thoroughly examined by the government investigators. I suggest that we carefully search the ground for hundreds of yards around the hole. They may have overlooked something.
I see. Well, here we are, Professor.
Yes. Now we shall see if there is any substance to my theory.
Professor?
Yes?
Found anything yet?
No.
Oh, we've been searching for almost 2 days now.
Do you think there's much point in looking any further?
Let us not give up yet, Chief.
But we're already a mile from the site of the explosion. It isn't likely that anything landed this far away.
I do not agree with you. An explosion that intense... Hello? What is this?
What's that you're digging up?
Seems like a piece of metal. It is so covered with dirt it is hard to tell. Chief, it is a small metal cylinder.
Yes, you're right.
And it is made of the same metal. Look. There are small grooves on the end of the cylinder. And symbols.
Symbols? Let me see. Yes. You're right.
There are 5 of them.
I've never seen symbols like these before.
Right. And I am familiar with 12 languages.
Professor, this means you're right. That explosion, it wasn't a meteor. It was the wreck of a rocket ship from another planet.
Yes, I am convinced of it now.
What's our next step, Professor?
We must get to Washington at once. This is a matter of the highest importance. This find we have made, it means a new era has begun for mankind. Perhaps you had better stop at that ranch house up ahead.
Why, Professor?
I will use their telephone and call Washington. I'll ask General Thompson of the War Department to put an Army plane at our disposal.
Well, that sounds like a good idea. There are probably several Army planes at Helena.
Yes, I am sure there are. The General can have us flowing non-stop to Washington. We are coming to the private road that turns into the ranch house.
Yes, I see it.
How do you do, gentlemen? My name is Jason DeCoven. I'm owner of this ranch. I understand you wish to use my telephone.
Yes, if it is not too much trouble.
I'm very sorry, Professor Friedberg, but my phone is out of order.
I see you know me.
But of course, Professor. I've long been a great admirer of yours.
I am sorry your phone is not working. Come, Chief, we had better be going.
Oh, but, Professor, it's already dark. It's time for supper. Won't you join me? I'd be honored.
No, thank you. We really must be on our way.
Come now, Professor. Surely Washington can wait a few more hours.
What makes you think we're going to Washington?
My men were watching the two of you from a distance as you examined the site of the explosion. Naturally, I assume you're on your way to Washington with the results of your investigation. Tell me, Professor, did you find anything of interest?
Who are you?
I've already told you, Professor. My name is Jason DeCoven.
Your accent, I cannot see. Would you mind telling me your nationality?
Come now, Professor. As one of Earth's most brilliant scientists, surely you must have guessed by this time.
I see it all now. Yes, I see it all.
Professor, what's this about? Who is this fellow?
Chief, we have made a terrible blunder.
What do you mean?
That explosion was a rocket ship from another planet. But you and I mistakenly assumed it was the first.
You mean other landings have been attempted?
Yes.
But how do you know?
Standing before you is living proof that a successful flight has been made from another planet to this Earth.
You mean DeCoven?
Yes.
But he looks like you or I or anyone else.
Quite true. But nevertheless, he is not a creature of the Earth. From what planet are you, DeCoven?
I am from Mars, Professor.
Mars?
Yes, gentlemen. I can see you're overwhelmed by all this, and understandably. Might I suggest supper? And after we've had supper, I shall be glad to answer any questions you may wish to ask. It's a pity you gentlemen weren't in the proper frame of mind to enjoy this supper. My chef excelled himself tonight. I can see you're both impatiently waiting to ask questions. Please feel free to do so, gentlemen.
How long have you been on Earth, Mr. DeCoven?
I arrived in 1931.
1931?
Yes, 17 years ago. I arrived on the first atomic rocket ship.
Just how many flights have been made these past 17 years between Mars and Earth?
411. That explosion 10 days ago of one of our ships was our first mishap. Most unfortunate.
Those 411 flights you speak of, were all the landings made here?
Yes, this is our main base. Our ships land here at night, dispose of passengers, and take off in a matter of 3 hours.
Passengers? Well, just how many men from Mars are there on Earth at this moment?
A little over 40,000.
40,000?
Yes. 7,000 are in the United States. The others are scattered all over the world.
For what purpose?
I believe in this country you call it a fifth column.
In other words, you are preparing for an invasion?
Yes.
But why? Why?
We Martians, Professor, are but 200 years ahead of the Earth, scientifically speaking. The Council of Mars believes that if we don't conquer Earth now, someday Earth will conquer us. It is what you might term a preventive war.
You're actually going to invade us?
Yes, Mr. Hudson. We now have 40,000 agents in key positions all over the world. And our fleet of invasion ships are ready.
I take it then that we may expect the invasion momentarily.
Yes, to be exact, the Earth will be invaded on June 22nd at 8:30 p.m. New York time.
That's less than a month from now.
Yes. And your plans are to wipe out the people on Earth?
Only if they resist. And that would be most foolhardy. Our fleet of 200 atomic ships carry weapons that will overwhelm you in a matter of minutes. As for our Martians, one is the equal of 10 Earthmen.
You don't seem to think very highly of us.
You misunderstand me. You see, we have advanced many ways scientifically. And not only do we live longer, but we Martians are 10 times as strong as you Earthmen.
You don't look it.
I shall prove it. Do you see that log by the fireplace?
Oh, yes.
Notice that the diameter of this log is almost 2 feet. Could any Earthman break this log in half with his bare hands?
Certainly not.
Watch.
Professor, did you see that? He shattered the log into splinters.
A very trivial feat. All the Martians are just as strong as I, some even stronger. You are very quiet, Professor.
I was thinking of the evening of June 22nd and the invasion.
Yes. Let us hope that no resistance will be offered. Well, gentlemen, now that you're my guest, I will show you to your room. This way, please.
Professor, what are we going to do?
Speak softly, Keith. Your room may have a dictaphone.
Yes, you're right.
Somehow we must warn Washington of the forthcoming invasion. There is little that can be done to stop the Martians, but we must prepare.
Escape from here is impossible. Look out the window, Professor. That wire fence is charged with electricity. The grounds are all lit up with those floodlights, and there are guards everywhere.
Yes, this ranch is like a fortress. And yet we must escape, warn Washington.
I'm afraid it's hopeless, Professor.
Perhaps not.
Oh, what do you mean?
Keith, this ranch has its own power plant to generate electricity. Now, if I were to short-circuit the system, you might be able to escape in the darkness and confusion.
Yes, maybe I could.
Look, it is a 12-foot jump from the window to the ground. And then to the garage, it is 20 yards. Now, if you are fortunate, you will be able to start the car before anyone can stop you.
But, Professor, there's the gate. How will I get out?
It is 200 yards from the garage to the fence. If you get up enough speed, you ought to be able to crash through the gate.
Yes, you're right. But what about you, Professor? I don't want to leave you here.
Well, it cannot be helped, Keith. I am a little too old for running. You will have to make it alone.
All right, Professor. But the moment I reach the village, I'll notify the sheriff.
No, Keith, you must not do that. You heard what DeKoven said. He has Martian agents scattered all over the country. The sheriff may be one of them.
Yes, I hadn't thought of that.
Once you escape, DeKoven will leave no stone unturned to recapture you. You must get to Washington before he can stop you.
Who am I to see in Washington?
General Wadsworth, head of scientific research. Tell him exactly what happened and the date for the invasion.
All right.
Stand by the window while I create a short circuit. Now, the minute the lights go out, jump, Keith, and keep running.
Yes, Professor.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
There go the lights. Jump, Keith.
I jumped out of the window before the words were out of the professor's mouth. The moment I hit the ground, I started running. In a matter of seconds, I reached the garage and climbed into my car. Fortunately, there were no guards nearby. I started the motor, stepped on the gas, and the car roared out the garage. The car was doing 60 miles an hour as it crashed through the front gate and onto the main highway. Shots rang out as I crouched low in the driver's seat. A half hour later, I reached a small town and succeeded in hiring a pilot and a private plane. As we took off, a car came racing across the airfield, trying unsuccessfully to prevent the takeoff. 15 hours later, I was in Washington, telling my story to General Wadsworth.
And you say, Mr. Roberts, you escaped from the ranch in Montana last night?
Yes, General, and Professor Friedberg is still there, a prisoner of this Martian agent DeKoven. We must rescue him, General, we must.
Now, please don't excite yourself, Mr. Roberts. I've sent for a doctor, and he'll be here any minute. He'll give you something to calm your nerves.
You mean you don't believe me? You think I imagined everything?
You've probably been working too hard, and as a result...
But I tell you, it's the truth, every word of it. The professor is a prisoner of this Martian agent DeKoven. Why won't you believe me?
Here's today's newspaper. If you look at this story on the front page, you'll note that Professor Friedberg is dead.
Dead?
He was found dead in his bed at Ardmore, Pennsylvania this morning. And furthermore, a medical examination revealed he's been dead 48 hours. Heart attack.
But that's impossible. The professor was with me last night in Montana. Just 16 hours ago.
Please, Mr. Roberts, get hold of yourself. It's all here in the paper, just as I've told you.
Well, wait a minute. Now I'm beginning to see what happened.
Please, Mr. Roberts.
DeKoven murdered the professor with a drug. A drug that made it appear as if he'd died of a heart attack. Yes, that must be it.
But you said you'd seen the professor only 16 hours ago. Yet the medical examiner said he'd been dead 48 hours.
DeKoven's behind that. Somehow DeKoven has made it appear that the professor has been dead 48 hours to discredit my story. And after he murdered the professor, he had the body flown to the professor's home. Don't you see, General? DeKoven wants you to think I'm insane to prevent you from believing my story. Now, you must listen to me. The Martian invasion is scheduled for June 20th.
There you are at last, Doctor. I'm afraid Mr. Roberts here is very badly in need of your services. See what you can do, won't you, Doctor?
That was several weeks ago, Doctor. And ever since that day I told General Wadsworth my story, I've been confined to this institution. One doctor after another has examined me, but they're all a pack of fools. None of them believe me. Dr. Williams, you're my last hope. I know that. If you don't help me, then there's no one else I can turn to.
I'll do anything I can for you, Mr. Roberts.
Then don't let them put me away. I know my story sounds fantastic, but it's true. You must believe me.
I do believe you, Mr. Roberts.
You do?
Yes. There are one or two things in your story I'd like to check.
Of course, Doctor. Of course. I knew you'd see I was telling the truth.
To begin with, you say this Martian, DeKoven, was it?
Yes, Jason DeKoven.
Yes, you say this fellow DeKoven picked up a log that was 2 feet in diameter and crushed it in his hand.
Yes, Doctor. He splintered that thick log into 100 pieces.
Oh, that's incredible. Would you say the log was as thick as this one by my fireplace?
Yes, just about the same size. So, Doctor, why are you picking the log up?
I just want to show you something.
You splintered the log into small pieces. Just as DeKoven did. You're one of them. A Martian.
Yes, Mr. Roberts.
DeKoven said they were scattered all over the world. In key positions.
Quite true. We've been watching you with great amusement these past weeks. We knew your story would never be believed, not after DeKoven's clever disposal of Professor Friedberg.
Well, what are you going to do with me? Declare me insane and confine me to this institution?
Oh, no, Mr. Roberts. You're perfectly free to leave at any time.
I'm free? To go?
Yes, any time you desire.
Aren't you afraid that someone in Washington might believe me?
No, Mr. Roberts. You no longer present a problem. I believe you said the invasion was scheduled to occur on June 22nd at 8:30 p.m. New York time. Is that correct?
Yes.
In other words, tonight.
Tonight?
Yes. Didn't you know it's June 22nd?
I've lost the time.
I see by my watch it's exactly 8:28. According to your story, the invasion should start in just 2 minutes.
Yes.
I'll open a window so we can see the skies. Yes. Martian invasion fleet coming into the stratosphere. Mr. Roberts, I do believe your story. It is now 0 hour. The invasion has begun.
Traveler. Did you enjoy our trip? What's that? You don't like the idea of the Martians conquering the Earth? Well, I wouldn't worry too much about Keith Roberts' story. After all, tonight is June 22nd, and it is 8:30. But I don't see any Martians around. Do you? I'm afraid poor Mr. Roberts imagined the story he told Dr. Williams, and when Dr. Williams told him it was a delusion, Roberts felt he was being persecuted and accused Dr. Williams of being a Martian agent. Now, I recall another young man who insisted that he... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
Gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. When did she first begin to show signs of this lameness?
Well, you see, Doctor, her hip was injured. She was in the hospital for ages, and when she came out, she had to walk on crutches. It wasn't for a good while afterwards that we began to notice that one leg seemed shorter than the other.
Poor little Tess. It's not fair, is it? Never mind. We'll fix you up again. One day you'll be able to run round just like all the other children.
Oh, will she really, sir?
Oh, I think so. But it'll take time, and Tess will have to have a lot of patience.
Oh, she won't be any trouble to you, Doctor. She's not the least bit of bother.
No, I'm sure she's not. Now, just you wait there a minute, and I'll call Dr. Lanyon in to let him have a look at this leg of yours and see what he thinks. Hugh, can you spare me a minute? Yes, coming. Tess, would you like to go to the country for a while and get really well and strong before we start fixing this old leg of yours up?
The country? Oh, do you really mean it, sir?
Of course I do. There's a place I know of where quite a lot of people go to get cured. It's the most beautiful place you can imagine. Big trees, gardens full of flowers, fresh cream and milk, and all the sunshine you could wish for.
Ah, it sounds like heaven, sir.
Well, it's not as far away as that. You'll just have to take a train, and in a few hours you'll be getting out at a little station, and then you'll find someone waiting to meet you, and you'll get into a little dog cart drawn by a fat horse called King. The groom might even let you hold the reins for a while as you drive along.
Would he?
I wouldn't be surprised. And, by the by, you'll come to the big gates leading to the park, and after you've gone through, you'll see a fallow deer grazing on the grass, and all sorts of birds and little rabbits.
Oh, mister, this ain't true. It's just a fairy story you're telling me, isn't it?
No, little Tess, it's true. As true as I'm going to make you well again if it takes me years to do so. Oh, here's Dr. Lanyon now.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's quite all right. Come here and meet Tessie and her mother. Tessie had an accident. It's made her a little lame. Now, Tess, walk across the room, will you, dear? Let Dr. Lanyon see the way you walk.
Contraction of the femur. What happened? Did you have a fall?
No, sir. It was the way she was knocked about.
Knocked about? What do you mean?
A man knocked her down in the street and beat her and trampled on her. They say it was that Edward Hyde who done the murder a while ago.
Edward Hyde?
How do you know?
Some of the neighbors seen him, and they say the description's just the same. Small and ugly and sort of deformed. You couldn't mistake him.
Edward Hyde. Are we never to be free from this devil's work? Well, at least we can do what we can to set it right. We'll start with Tess, and then I'm going to try and find the other people who's been injured and do what I can for them.
From what I can hear of him, we'll have a task beyond the power of one man.
If one man can do the evil, surely another can undo it. At least let me try.
Henry, don't you think we ought to call it a day? It's close on 5 o'clock, you know.
Is it? I'd no idea it was so late. I've just got 1 or 2 more cases to attend to, and then I'll be through.
Don't overdo things.
I won't. What are you doing tonight? Care to come and have dinner with me?
I won't tonight, if you don't mind. Well, I'm taking Nancy out, as a matter of fact.
Nancy? Well, that's a good idea.
I think it is, too.
So you found something to reward you for all the hard work you put it down here while I've been sick.
She's a nice girl, isn't she?
Nice? She's one of the nicest I've ever met.
That's what I thought, right from the first time I met her.
Well, I'll be hanged. And here have I been thinking you've been so self-sacrificing, coming down here day after day with never a murmur, and all the while this is what you've been up to.
Well, if you will have such a pretty intelligent girl working in your dispensary...
Asking for complications, isn't it? Well, I'm delighted. Go to it, old boy. I didn't think you had so much good sense.
She won't hear of giving up her work here, so you'll have to take me into permanent partnership.
Are you serious? Will you really come down here and work amongst these people?
If you'll have me.
Have you? Oh, I should say I would. I've had to turn hundreds away in the past because I couldn't attend to them. We'll do marvels down here together.
It's a go, then. From now on, we double our practice and double our responsibilities.
That's all you'll get out of it. There's no reward besides the satisfaction of having helped someone. The rest is hard work and a lot of worry.
Oh, you're forgetting Nancy.
Oh, yes, so I was. Well, I can see her waiting for you out there. Off you go. Give her my love, will you?
I say, isn't that asking just a little bit too much? With that romantic-looking head of snow-white hair, you're irresistible, you know.
Clear out or I'll throw this dish of disinfectant over you.
All right.
Isn't it time you were going home, Doctor?
Oh, hello, nurse. I didn't see you there. I was wondering where you'd got to.
I was doing the last of the sterilizing.
But we haven't finished for the day. What about that man and woman I noticed in the waiting room?
Oh, neither of them was urgent. I told them to come back in the morning.
You did, eh? And who are you, Nurse Peters, to go giving instructions in this clinic?
If you can't tell when you've had enough, it's time someone else started to give orders. We've only just got you back again after nearly 3 months' illness. It's not going to happen a second time.
Oh, it won't. I promise you that.
You know, if you insist on working 12 and 14 hours a day like you did before, it will.
Don't look so severe. Anyhow, you've been neglecting me. What about my afternoon tea?
Neglecting you? Didn't I have it ready at 4 o'clock and no one to drink it?
4 o'clock? What was I doing then?
You got a call to go to Mrs. Prentice and off you went.
Just got there in time, too. Why these women will leave everything to the last minute, I can't understand.
What was it?
Boy, weighed nearly 8 pounds. How do they do it on the rotten food they eat? You might call in and see if she's all right if you're passing on your way home.
Well, she'll be all right. It's her 5th, isn't it?
I've lost count.
She will have, too, in another few years.
Well, what about tea?
You want it now?
Of course. Don't you think I deserve it?
If you got what you deserved, it would be more than a cup of tea, Doctor.
Anyway, we'll start with that. Now, how about strawberry jam? Any left?
I put it all away. Not a single jar has been touched since you've been ill.
Suppose I had never come back. Would you have buried it with me?
Oh, don't.
But it's quite a good idea. The Chinese do, you know, to provide for the spirit world. But perhaps I wouldn't have gone to the place where food seems very important.
I wish you wouldn't talk that way.
Why? Oh, come on, Pete. I haven't seen you smile for hours. What's the matter with you? Aren't you glad to see me back again?
I don't know why you tease me so. You know I'm glad. And just how glad.
All right. I'm sorry. Well, take me into your little office and brew me some tea, and I'll sit in the old chair and let you fuss around me. just as though I'd never been away.
And just as though you won't be getting up and leaving in a little while and going off to your friends and your big house, and I'll be going in the other direction, to my bare little room and a solitary meal on the end of a table.
Pete, why do you do it?
Do what?
Stick to that sort of life? You could have something so much better.
What, for example?
How about that chap who went to Canada? You still hear from him, don't you?
I do.
Well.
Why don't I go out and marry him, you mean? Didn't I make that clear to you a long while ago?
Oh, but that's just madness, Pete.
I know it is. But what am I going to do? Would it be fair to marry him when I feel the way I do about you?
You'll forget about me.
Do you think so? It's funny, isn't it, the way we're talking? You know, women aren't supposed to say these things to men.
Oh? Why not?
Oh, it isn't maidenly. I'm supposed to pine away in silence and end up with a hacking cough and a bunch of lilies on my chest.
Oh, I say. Oh, not you. You'll end up with a double chin and half a dozen children.
Oh, how can you laugh at me? I know I'm plain and I know I'm scrawny and not the kind of woman you'd look at. But you needn't think I can't feel deeply for all that.
Oh, Pete. Pete, my dear, I wasn't laughing at you. Can't you take a joke? It's just that I can't imagine you ever pining away.
And it's just that you can't imagine me as anything but Peters, the nurse. A mess of starched uniforms and smelling of antiseptic soap. If I had the clothing and background and all the rest of the things that Margaret Utterson has, I'd be just as good as her. I shouldn't have said that. Don't take any notice of me, Henry. Please forgive me.
It's all right, Pete. I'm not cross.
It's just that it seems so unfair. She has everything. I haven't got a thing. I haven't even got any pride.
Oh, Pete, what makes you say that?
I throw myself at you. Tell you just exactly how I feel. I don't blame you if you despise me.
Despise you? I'd never do that. I know the thing you give me is too precious and too good ever to be despised. It means a great deal to me, Pete, dear. Even though I do nothing about it.
Well, there's a kettle boiling. I'll make the tea and then we'll get back to normal. You know, there's nothing like a cup of tea to restore one's sense of values.
And there's nothing like a talk with you to restore mine. These half hours at the end of a hard day mean a lot to me, you know.
Do they?
Yes.
Do they really? If I could only feel that I was necessary to you. You know, the one thing a woman can't stand up to is to feel that the man she loves can get on just as well without her. It sort of kills her deep inside.
Then you needn't ever die that way, Pete. I don't think I could get on very well without you. And I'm going to need you a whole lot more in a little while. Now, pour me out that tea, and then I'll take you home.
Unsolved Mysteries. In the realms of unsolved mysteries, nothing is more baffling than the disappearance of a human being. This is a true unsolved mystery of the disappearance of a prominent man. The case aroused international interest, and as the years pass, the mystery deepens. The scene is a fashionable home in the exclusive quarter of one of America's largest cities. The night, beautiful with the sprinkled stars just beginning to show against a sky of black velvet, and falling away from the house, rows and rows of electric lights stretch out like jeweled fingers to reach the city. Two men and a woman rise from the dinner table and move out into a glassed-in veranda as a servant brings coffee.
Awfully glad, Judge, that you were able to drop over for dinner.
Yes, indeed. Harry has spoken so many times of having you over, but, well, you've been so busy.
Yes. Most people think that a judge's day's work is over when he rises from the bench. But you know, if you take your work seriously and conscientiously, you spend hours going over the day's testimony.
Oh, it's been worth it, though, Judge. You've been mighty successful.
I suppose so. In fact, I might as well say yes. I set out to study law with the intention of rising to the Supreme Court, and
now you're on the superior bench and headed for your goal. And you're still a young man.
Handling the criminal cases you do, Judge, aren't you sometimes afraid that some of these criminals will be revenged on you?
Oh, I've been threatened, but then so is every other judge, I suppose.
But not afraid, eh?
No, I'm not afraid. Although, I must admit that sometimes, when I think of my wife, some of the men I've put away for 10 or 15 years, I wonder what they might try to do when their terms are up. Oh, I say, I hate frightfully to eat and run, but I've quite a bit of work to do tonight. Will you excuse me?
Of course, don't mention it. It's been grand having you over. I'll call a taxi. My car's being repaired.
Oh, please don't bother. It's quite a short walk. Good for me. I'd really much rather walk.
Well, if you're sure you'd rather.
Yes, really.
Well, once again, we've enjoyed having you. Good night, Judge. Sure you won't change your mind about the taxi?
No. In any case, I can find a cab, but it won't take me more than 10 minutes to walk home. But the judge never got home. He stepped off briskly down the street, and as if the earth opened and swallowed him, he disappeared. Several hours later at the judge's home, a detective inspector and the police searched the house while the deputy district attorney questions the servants.
You say that the judge went out for dinner? Said he'd be back before 9?
Oui, monsieur. That is what he said to me.
He told me, sir, that I needn't stay in if I wanted to go to a movie or anything.
Who'd he have dinner with?
Mr. and Mrs. Howard.
You called them?
I called them, monsieur, while Robbins, the butler, monsieur, phoned you.
Yes? What'd they say?
They say as soon as they put their little girl to bed, they will come over here.
Good. Any threatening phone calls?
None that I know of, sir.
You?
Not me, monsieur. I know of nothing.
Oh, more than likely that's Mr. and Mrs. Howard now, sir.
Bring them in.
Yes, sir.
Found anything yet, Inspector?
Not so far, D.I.
You can go, unless you've anything to add.
No, monsieur. I don't know a thing, monsieur.
All right, run along. But stay where I can find you.
Oh, I just know something terrible has happened, monsieur.
Eh? Why?
Oh, just a feeling, monsieur. I cannot help it, monsieur. I know he has been killed.
The district attorney's in the library.
Why, this is awful, Mr.
Stewart.
To think that he should have dinner at our house and then...
Did he show any signs of fear when he was dining with you?
No. Oh, we did discuss the fact that he'd been threatened, But he said he wasn't afraid.
You watched him leave the house?
Yes. We watched him walk down the street until he turned the corner.
You watched him, too?
Yes.
No suggestions to offer?
I'm sorry. Not a thing.
Nor I'm afraid.
Well, thanks very much for coming over. Let the sergeant the door know where we can find you if we need you. And again, thanks. Good night.
Good night.
Come here a minute, D.A.
Right with you.
Servant's gone out of the room.
Yeah. What's in the wind?
Look here. Checkbook stubs, bank notices.
Figure them out?
Yeah. The last few weeks he's withdrawn from deposit better than $22,000.
That could mean a lot of things.
Yes, including blackmail.
What's in the strong box?
Not a thing. Empty.
Was it locked?
No, it was open, all that.
No incriminating letters?
Not a one.
I just searched the house. All these clothes are there as far as I can tell. At least there's no signs of packing up to leave. All the coat hangers, pants hangers, too, filled.
Shaving kit, hairbrushes in the bathroom?
Yes, sir. Suitcases and trunks all empty and in the closet.
You walked this beat, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see the judge come home?
No, sir.
So he disappeared between the corner of Laurel and the house here.
That's right.
No suspicious characters around?
No, sir. Fact is, I haven't seen half a dozen people in the neighborhood all evening.
Well, we'd better get down to headquarters and start some real searching.
But all the searching availed nothing. The police dragnet was thrown out. The underworld of America was combed. Stool pigeons were questioned. The search spread to Mexico, to Cuba, Europe.
Find Judge Draper.
Find Judge Draper.
London calling. Call from America. Find Judge Draper.
Find Judge Draper. Find Judge Draper. Je suis Monsieur le Judge Draper.
Yeah, this is Berlin. We are searching for Judge Draper.
Moscow answering. Searching for Judge Draper.
All the police of the world, in the daily press, private investigators, private citizens joined in the search for the missing jurist. Not a murmur. Not a word that would lead to his discovery. Within a period of 24 hours, the judge was reported seen in Havana, Italy, Arizona, New Mexico, Los Angeles, and Canada. But inquiries met with blank walls in every direction. Thousands of people were questioned, and month after month the search went on. One night, 5 months later, the district attorney and the inspector stand in the missing judge's study talking to his wife.
You say that you came home, opened this strong box, and found these?
Yes, Mr. Stewart.
You looked in the box before?
No, because you had already searched it and found nothing.
We did search it. It was empty. Couldn't possibly have been any papers in there without us finding them.
6,000, 10, 20, 75,000 in securities.
And a lot of papers in the judge's handwriting. This convinces me that the judge must be alive.
That doesn't convince me. Not the way we've searched. How could anyone escape our search?
5 years of searching. $300,000 worth of searching. And still no signs of the missing jurist. Wireless, radio, telephone, cable, photographs, rewards. A network of communication burning hot with inquiry without response. And today, 6 years later, the disappearance of Superior Court Judge Draper is still an unsolved mystery. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Judge Draper mystery.
We'll be back with the conclusion of this unsolved mystery right after this short break. And now let's get back to our unsolved mystery on When Radio Was.
Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the apartment of an underworld character. He sits behind his desk giving orders to his two henchmen, one dressed in evening clothes, the other in the livery of a chauffeur.
Now, listen, you two. I tried to get the judge to listen to reason, but he nixed me before I even got started.
So, he's going to send Joe up, eh?
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
He ain't going to send any more up. He's through.
You mean you're going to snatch him?
I'm going to do more than snatch him. I'm going to take him for $100,000. Now, listen.
Okay, shoot.
Draper has about 70,000 in securities in his library. He's got about 25,000 in cash in his safe.
How do you know?
Never mind how I know. I do, and that's enough for you. Tonight, he's dining out with friends. The servants have been given the night off, if they want it. But we don't care. They'll all be in the back of the house, eating. You, Red, won't have any difficulty with the strong box or the desk.
Okay.
You pull that about 7:15. And then you jump into the car and cruise around till the judge starts home. I've got Ike planted with a taxi. But the judge has been walking lately, and it's only a 10-minute walk home, so more than likely he'll walk.
And Bill will drive me past, and I'll sign him over the car.
That's the dope.
If he shows ugly.
I don't care what he shows. I want that buzzard in here before night.
It's all right. But don't forget, we'll search. The whole city will be torn apart.
Let 'em search. Where I'm going to put him, there ain't nobody'll ever find him.
To this day, the only word out of the vast unknown that has brought any hint of what might have happened are two letters. The first, signed SS, is quoted. Joe Draper is dead. No use looking for him. He was buried August 22nd, after being in the water 2 weeks. Sorry, I can't tell where, but it's true. And signed SS. Another letter to much the same effect was postmarked Buffalo. But from the moment of his disappearance, 6 years ago till today, no one in whose identification reliance can be placed has set eyes on the missing jurist. Contrary to the belief that the returned securities were an indication that the judge was still alive, the returned papers may indicate the possibility that gangsters could not dispose of them and returned them to the strong box, hoping the police would be led to assume that Judge Draper was still alive.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a suspense play of love and death in a New York penthouse, The Well-Dressed Corpse, and starring Miss Eve Arden. Before our play begins, here is a word about Autolite from our good friend Harlow Wilcox.
Hi, Mr. Wilcox. What can I do for you?
Well, Sam, my friendly Autolite spark plug man, you can tell me what you think of those fresh, frisky, and frolicsome ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs.
They're tops, Mr. Wilcox.
Now, tell me, if replacing worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs will give a car smoother performance, quick starts, gas savings.
You bet. What else would you like to know?
Well, are Autolite spark plugs made by the same Autolite engineers who design coils, distributors, and all the other important parts of the complete ignition system used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars?
Why, of course.
Oh, and that's why we say Autolite spark plugs are ignition engineered, designed to perform as a perfect team with your car's ignition system.
Sure. Can I tell you more?
Yes. Do Autolite spark plug dealers, like you, replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, either standard or resistor type?
Of course. But you know all about that, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, but I just love to hear it.
But you said it.
And I'll say it again, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with the well-dressed corpse and the performance of Miss Eve Arden, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
She's lying on the couch in my office. Thought I'd just let her alone until you showed up, Captain Rourke.
Well, that was considerate of you, Lieutenant.
Here we are. Inside.
Are you sure that's her?
I'm positive.
Where was she picked up? In her bedroom?
Hell's Kitchen, an alley. She lost her dress, and one of the boys gave her his overcoat.
What's your name?
My name is Ruth Franklin.
How old are you?
33.
Where do you live?
Pickwick Arms on Riverside Drive.
Do you drive a car?
Yes. A blue convertible. Mediterranean blue.
Did you go to school in the city?
Graduate school, Columbia University. I went to Stanford. I worked for the Carrington Green Advertising Agency. My secretary's name is P.D. Wright. I'm the murderer you're looking for.
Okay. I guess you're Ruth Franklin, all right.
I guess I can't blame you for not recognizing me. Did you know that 6 weeks ago I was voted one of the 10 best-dressed women in America?
Yeah, I read something about it.
I always knew that someday I would be. But when it actually happened, it was just as exciting as if it had been a total surprise. The invitation to the buffet luncheon to meet the press came on Friday. I ran right out and bought the most elegant and expensive dress I could find. And when I swept into the luncheon, everyone was looking at me, including the other 9 well-dressed women. Percy Hamilton of Radcliffe, a little bald-headed man who moved and looked like a startled chipmunk, met me as I came in.
Oh, Miss Franklin, I'm so happy to see you. Right this way, please. You're a little late, you know.
Percy, baby, you've confused me perhaps with a debutante. I work for a living.
I'm going to put you here at table 13. Oh, pardon me, Mr. Mason.
It's all right.
Mr. Mason, may I present Miss Franklin?
How do you do?
How do you do?
You two are going to be luncheon partners. Well, I'll run along.
You, of course, couldn't be anyone else but the best-dressed Franklin.
I'm not sure I like the way you said that, Mr. Mason.
My tone was not meant to imply a personal indictment, Miss Franklin. In fact, it's a commendation. You play your part very well in this racket.
Racket?
Racket.
Oh. I always draw the most charming luncheon partners. It was undoubtedly something in your childhood. They made you wear Buster Brown collars or velveteen knickers.
I wore dungarees. No, it's just that I have the best prima facie evidence anyone ever had that this is a travesty on good taste and artistic judgment.
Before I move to another table, Mr. Mason, I'd be utterly amused to hear one sentence telling me why you feel this way.
I'd be happy to oblige. You see, I was picked as one of the best-dressed men.
Mr. Mason, for the first time, I'm beginning to savor the sweetness of your judgment. Well, that was the way it began. A little careless banter while we sized each other up. And something in our measurements had meaning. Because despite speeches and cold chicken a la king and news photographers interfering with most of our conversation, we later found ourselves at the Stork Club, analyzing everything from Picasso to paper hangings. Sometime in the evening, he said he had to catch a plane somewhere, but he'd get in touch with me soon. The next morning, when I walked into my office, Petey, my secretary, was wearing the smug smile of a girl who had caught her older sister with a boy on the back porch hammock.
Seen it yet, boss?
The Gimbal ads, how were they?
I can wait.
All right, seen what?
The picture of you and Roy Mason.
Mason? I hardly spoke a word to the man. They told me to look at him as if he'd just found a cure for the common cold.
Hardly a word, huh? How'd you converse at the Stork Club? Smoke signals with your cigarette?
Petey, you're very close to being fired.
Let me read what some of the columnists say. The most handsome twosome in town last night were Ruth Franklin, the best-dressed huckster, and Roy Mason.
Petey, what do you know about him?
I'll save you the embarrassment of asking me to get a file on him. I've already done it. Here you are, boss. The Life and Loves of Roy Mason, assembled by Pete Wright, Girl Boswell.
All right, tell us.
He was a war correspondent, distinguished. He's written 2 books on world politics, The Long Road of Destruction and The Coming Asiatic War. I've ordered both of them so you can talk his language. He has a weekly column and a weekly radio program. Yale, 38, unmarried. Just call me Quick.
Thank you and goodbye.
I'll just leave these things here so you can drool over them. Have fun.
Petey.
Yes, boss man?
You've had your fun. Now hands off. I'm going to marry him. I read those clippings through from beginning to end. And when I went home that night, I took both of Roy Mason's books with me. And the following night, he called me. And then it was practically every evening. And cocktails and weekends and meals and fireplaces and books and talk and talk. I knew, and I let the papers know, that Ruth Franklin finally found a man who came up to her epic requirements. I had him hooked. Now it was time to reel him in. Roy, I have some news I know you'll be interested in.
You gonna run for president?
Oh, no, nothing as small as that. I'm going to get married.
You're going to get what?
Married.
Oh? To whom?
A man named Roy Mason. I just decided.
Ruth. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm already engaged.
Who is it, Roy?
A Long Island socialite, Elizabeth Granger. You know her?
No, and I don't believe I'd want to.
Oh, Ruth, did you think we were going to be married?
Of course I did. And so did every newspaper and columnist in town.
I never pay any attention to the gossip columnists.
Well, a lot of people do.
Oh, Ruthie, now, don't take it like this. You must have known I had a life before I met you.
I should have known a lot more, I guess, than I do.
Ruth, don't lose your head over this.
What do you expect me to do? Break down and beg you to change your mind and marry me? I'm sorry, Roy. I'll go home and read an old coward play and get over it. So that's the way it was. I'd saved myself for the one man who had what I had. Brains and guts and talent. And I suddenly found out I'd saved myself for what I couldn't have. I went home, threw his books in the fireplace, and sat down to have a long look at me. And all I found was a big, ugly hurt. Then it was light and time to go to the office. Petey, what are you doing at my desk?
Oh, boss. I really didn't think you'd be in today, considering everything.
Why shouldn't I be in?
One of the best-dressed women in America doesn't find out that her boyfriend is a wolf in best-dressed clothes every day.
That's enough, Petey. Get out of here and get to work.
All right, boss. But it's happened to all of us one time or another. You should have practiced when you were young, then you'd know more about what happened to you.
Listen, you brainless little typist, get out of here. Go on, get out.
Okay, I'm going. But I know a good psychiatrist. He has a couch just made for people like you. You know, I could quit, too. The whole office knew about it. It pleased their tight little minds that I'd been caught off guard. Most everyone, including our 3 vice presidents, found some sort of excuse to come in and see the woman who'd been taken in love. They were disappointed when they didn't find me planning a sudden trip to London or enrolling in Helena Rubinstein's charm school. But the lower echelon was even worse, especially the stenographers. They handed me those grief-sharing eyes, usually reserved for 16-year-old girls who've been jilted by the high school fullback. But by 5 o'clock, I swallowed 2 aspirin in my pride and called Roy.
You've had 3 cigarettes and 2 martinis. Any conversation coming up? What is it, Ruth?
Newsprint, for one thing. Those nasty little black tracks on those clean sheets of white paper. They came right out and said you jilted me. The same way they came out and said we were a torrid twosome.
Oh, yeah. It's my fault. I'll phone them tomorrow and tell them how wrong they've been.
You will not. It'd only make me look a bigger fool. Besides, they aren't the only ones.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Roy, ask that strange-looking little man to fill my glass. It's empty.
Sure. Waiter?
I haven't seen one person today who isn't in high glee over the whole thing. And incidentally, you look a little too smug to suit my taste right now.
Ruthie, don't do this to yourself. You're too good a guy.
It's easy for you to say. I wish I were in your position and you were in mine.
Ruth.
Oh, don't you look at me that way.
I'm truly sorry it's embarrassed you. You're distressed now, but it'll pass.
How can you marry someone like her? You'll be bored to death in 6 weeks.
Let's not talk about it.
What's she ever done to deserve you? Gone to a few parties, made a trip to Europe every year, learned how to play six-hand canasta? Or maybe it's her figure, Roy.
Ruth.
If it's her figure, remember, somebody pounds it back into shape every morning after those big nights. And if it weren't for several dozen foundation garments...
Stop it, Ruth.
You've made a fool out of me for some grown-up child who probably never did anything for herself. Servants paid to live for her.
Please, you're raising your voice. People are looking.
Let them look. A scene in the cocktail lounge makes good reading, and we always make the papers, don't we?
Voice, will you keep your voice down?
Why don't you go back to Asia or someplace and write another book? I hope I never see you again.
Ruth! Ruth!
Roy looked foolish shouting after me. I looked even more foolish trying to make a dignified exit through the tears. Oh, leave it to me. I did a good job. I went off stage like a second lead in a little theater production. The next day, I didn't go to the office. I felt weak and weary and sick all over. And I didn't answer the phone until 3 in the afternoon. Hello?
Me.
Oh.
Trying to get you all day.
What for?
To tell you that we're friends, you and I. I hate like the devil to think that you really meant it when you said you never wanted to see me again. I sent you a letter last night, but I'd rather tell you what I said in person.
Now look, Roy.
Now let me go on, will you? A man rarely meets a woman like you. I was lucky. Real lucky. Ruth, you can send me away altogether if you want to, but I'd miss you for the rest of my life, and that's the truth.
But you're going to marry her.
Ruth, I want to talk with you calmly, decently, honestly. I want you for a friend. Mixing a couple of drinks in my apartment around 5 tonight. I hope you'll be there.
All of a sudden, I saw a way out of everything. And I spent the next 2 hours getting ready for Roy. I remember I was wearing a new black crepe sheath by Dior and my pastel mink. It was a cold night, but the air made me feel good. Better than I've ever felt. I was politely late.
You came. Let me take your coat, huh?
It's a little chilly. I think I'll keep it on.
Martini? Manhattan?
Music, I think. Now a martini.
Already had them fixed. I knew you wouldn't pass up a Mason special.
You were rather certain in your pretty speech on the phone, weren't you?
I meant it. And I am glad you're here, Ruth. All of that highly lacquered veneer you show your public is all right for them, but as for me, I'll take you the way I know you.
Oh? Tell me more.
Underneath $40,000 a year and being the best dressed, you're quite a gal. One look told me that.
This amounts to a hats-off conversation.
Now, Ruth, we're ready to talk, you and I. Let's do it, huh? For the first time since we met, I know all about you. I know what makes you work.
And I don't like that one bit, Roy. I don't like being ripped open for the public to watch.
You don't understand.
Don't touch me.
Ruth.
Yes, it's a gun, Roy.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Ruth. Ruth, stop this. You got it all wrong. Put down that gun. Get a doctor. We'll say it was an accident.
Stay away from me.
Oh, the doctor. No. No, it wasn't supposed to be this way at all. I wrote you.
I stood there looking down at him. He tried to talk again, but he couldn't say a word. And then, all of a sudden, he was dead. hadn't occurred to me exactly what I was going to do after I had killed Roy Mason. I remember, though, I finished my martini, wiped up the spilled drink, and then just sat and looked at Roy, lying there on the floor.
Hello?
And then I was aware of someone pounding.
Hello in there? What happened? Hello? Answer me, somebody. Hello? Is everything all right in there? Oh, hello, miss. I live in the apartment next door, and I thought I heard gunshots in here.
You did.
What?
Over there.
Oh. Well, I better phone the police. Is there a phone?
On the desk.
Hello? Operator? Get me the police. Yes, I said the police. Right away, there's been a shooting.
No one lifted a hand to stop me. Downstairs, I got a taxi back to my own apartment, changed, threw some things into a bag, gathered up my jewelry and what money I had. I took my car out of the garage and drove to the station and caught a train as far as Greenwich. There, I registered under another name at a small hotel. I was going to go on up to Canada the next day, but there was something I just had to see before I left the country. So instead, I caught a train back to New York.
Sergeant Collins, homicide.
Sergeant, I wonder if you could give me some information.
I'll try, miss.
I'm from the Kansas City Star. I happen to be on vacation in New York, but as long as I'm here, I'm trying to cover the Mason case.
Yeah, well?
Has Mr. Mason been buried yet, or do you...
Edgeflower Mortuary. Rosary tonight. Burial tomorrow.
Thank you, Sergeant. I was at the Edgeflower early, waiting across the street. It was cold and blustery, but I wanted to see her walk in. I wanted to see how well she could take it. But Elizabeth Granger didn't appear at his rosary. The next morning, I wore dark glasses and a veil. I went to his funeral, but she didn't. Hello, Petey. I've been waiting for you.
Boss, don't you know the police are looking all over town for you?
Petey, who is Elizabeth Granger? Where does she live?
Oh, that.
She isn't in the phone book. She wasn't at his funeral. There are no pictures of her in the papers. You know these things. Tell me, please.
I can't help you. Nobody can help you now. You're a walking dead woman.
Petey, listen to me.
I don't want to listen to you. I'm afraid to. I'm afraid I'll end up like you someday. Well-fed, well-dressed, successful, well-known, but dead.
I came here for help, not to listen to your opinion.
Everything you ever said in your life was a lie. I did your legwork, looked up things for you, verified them, checked them. Well, I checked about you just to satisfy my curiosity. You didn't go to Stanford or graduate school at Columbia. You were born and brought up in Hell's Kitchen. You went as far as PS 432. You hated everything you had and were, and you tried to wipe it out.
Petey, you must know. Tell me about Elizabeth Granger.
I'll tell you this much. You're not going to have the pleasure of watching her suffer along with you. You know why? Because Roy Mason wrote you a letter that came this morning. I read it, because I never thought I'd see you again. Do you want to know what's in it?
Yes, please.
It makes you look 10 times as foolish as you do even now. He said that there was no such person as Elizabeth Granger.
You're lying.
He just invented her. Just invented her to get away from you.
You're lying. There has to be an Elizabeth Granger.
Here's the letter. Look for yourself.
It was true. Every word of it. There was no Elizabeth Granger. Roy just didn't want me and had to find some excuse. I walked to the door, wondering what to do, where to go.
One more thing, boss. 10 seconds after you're out that door, I'm going to call the police.
I didn't answer or look back. I just ran out of the apartment house and found a cab and had him drive me around and around, through streets and down streets and across streets. I scarcely even saw policemen or people. Finally, I left the cab and began walking around, trying to understand myself and why I'd killed Roy. And everything that came out of my mind revolted me. I wanted to drink. 12 drinks, 100 drinks.
Are you sure you're in the right place, lady?
Just give me a double bourbon, scotch, a triple, I don't care.
Well, you're old enough.
Hurry it up, here's my money.
Hey, Eddie, get a load of the doll. How about when any dame dressed like that come into a place like this?
Slumming. What are you, stupid or something? I like to come down where life is rough, where men are men. I've seen lots of them in my day, looking for thrills.
Yeah?
Yeah. What do you think she came in here for? Thought it was the White House or something?
Oh, talk.
I'll show you how to handle a doll like that. Buy you a drink, ma'am?
No, get away from me.
Oh, now, you don't really mean that. Tony, the drink's on me. Why don't we have it in the booth over here? We can talk, huh?
Get away from me. Who do you think you are?
All right, Eddie, no stale. Who does she think she is, anyway? She's got no right in here unless she wants to be sociable. She's a bum, and you know it, Tony. Eddie, can't you see this is a lady? Now go for a walk. Lady? Since when have we had ladies in here?
Give me the drink, bartender.
Hey, wait a minute. You cheap little bum.
Hey, Eddie, that dame. A picture was in the paper this morning. She killed somebody.
I ran out of there. It was only a matter of seconds until they called the police, so I just ran. I saw a police car, and I ran the other way. 2 blocks away, there was another police car at the intersection. I found an alley and ran down and fell headlong over a garbage can into the dirty, foul snow. I couldn't get up, and I cried cold tears.
Come on, dearie. Come on.
What are you doing?
You won't need this coat where you're going.
Leave my coat alone.
That's all right, dearie. That's all right. Come on, the dress now.
My dress!
Ruby, help me get it off.
You can't take my dress off me!
I can use a fancy dress like that when you can't wear it in jail. Now tear it off your back.
No, please, you can't.
Here you are.
Grab her shoes, Ruby, and let's go.
My dress! They took my dress!
Okay, get her out.
You let them do it! Why did you let them do it?
We'll get them. Now, come on. Lift up your head. I gotta see you.
Oh, don't hurt me, please. I'm somebody.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Ruth Frank.
I'm somebody. I'm somebody.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Eve Arden. Next week on Suspense, the appearance of the distinguished star of the New York stage and the Metropolitan Opera, Mr. Eziopinza, in Aria from Murder. In the weeks to follow, we will present such famous stars as Paul Douglas. Then, in one of his infrequent radio appearances, Fred McMurray. To be followed by the First Lady of Suspense, Miss Agnes Moorehead. All appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Well-Dressed Corpse was written for Suspense by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes. Eve Arden appeared through the courtesy of the Colgate-Palmolive Feed Company, sponsors of Our Miss Brooks.
And remember next week on Suspense, Mr. Eziopinza, in a tale of jealousy and hate on the stage of a deserted opera house. A story which we call Aria from Murder.
Winter driving calls for safer driving. The National Safety Council urges you to winterize your driving as well as your car. Keep the windshield clear, keep a safe distance from the car ahead, and pump your brakes. Don't slam them. Be careful and don't skid yourself into trouble this winter. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a tale of jealousy and hate on the stage of a deserted opera house. Aria from Murder, starring Mr. Eziopinza, who is appearing tonight by arrangement with MGM, producers of the Technicolor picture Kim, starring Errol Flynn, Dean Stockwell, Paul Lucas, and Robert Douglas. Before our play begins, here is a word about Autolite from our good friend, Harlow Wilcox.
Hi, Hap. Where are you going?
To the zoo, Harlow.
Oh, why bother? I'll give you the zoo's who on the Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, that even beats the record of camels.
Yes, but...
And when it comes to starting a bear of an engine these cold winter mornings, the Autolite Stay Full battery is the cat's pajamas.
Harlow.
Why, Hap? The Stay Full is kept strong as an ox by fiberglass retaining mats, protecting every positive plate. They prevent shedding and flaking, keep the power-producing materials in place, and give that Autolite Stay Full battery a life longer than an elephant's memory. Why, that eager beaver Autolite Stay Full battery gives 70% longer life, as proved by tests run according to SAE minimum life cycle standards.
Harlow, please.
So, friends, please see your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer and ask him for an Autolite Stay Full battery. The great battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. As the lion says, roar always right with Autolite.
And now, with Aria from Murder and the performance of Mr. Eziopinza, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Niccolo, tonight you are singing as you have never sung before. How wildly the patrons applaud. I wonder if they would applaud so tremendously if they knew the thing that you suffer in your heart. I will call now. There is time.
Intermission, Mr. Mazzini. We've got about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Police headquarters.
I wish to speak with the policeman in charge of the homicide department, please.
Just a moment.
Homicide, Lieutenant Morgan.
This is Niccolo Mazzini, Lieutenant Morgan.
Yes?
I am the bass baritone with the Grandier Opera Company.
Oh? Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Mazzini?
I should like to make a confession at this time.
A confession?
Yes. I would like to confess to murder.
Where are you now, Mr. Mazzini?
I am calling from my dressing room here at the Grandier Opera House. In just a very few moments, I will step out on the stage and finish my performance in Mozart's opera Don Giovanni. It is my last performance. I shall try to explain.
About the confession you wanted to make, Mr. Mazzini.
My explanation, Lieutenant, becomes the confession. Your law books tell you that murder begins with reason. This murder that I have committed did not begin with a reason. It began with a weakness. A weakness. My weakness was a woman. Not the woman I married, but rather the woman I loved, Leola Dantes. I was successful in hiding my association with Leola from the people around me, except in the eyes of one man, Felix Levine, the general manager of the company. 2 weeks ago, after a performance of The Marriage of Figaro, Felix sent word that he wanted to see me. I finished dressing and started across the stage on my way to his office. The opera house was deserted. And I was quite surprised to find him standing there on that barren stage, under that single work light, staring out into the darkened auditorium.
Oh. I would like to talk to you, Niccolo, if you have a few minutes.
Of course, Felix.
There's something very important we must discuss.
Oh, then by all means, let's discuss it.
May I be very frank with you?
I would have it no other way.
Good. I am happy you feel that way. First, I have known for some time about You and Leola Dantes.
So, you know about Leola Dantes. And who else besides you, Felix, knows?
I have tried as best I could to keep it from the others.
And my wife? Have you told my wife?
No, Niccolo. I did not have the heart. I wanted to spare Irene's feelings.
You? You wanted to spare her feelings? Oh, this touches me deeply.
Huh? I don't know what you mean.
Well, this concern of yours, it really is not so much for me as it is for Irene.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Niccolo.
Oh, you want to spare her feelings?
Don't read meaning where there is no meaning, Niccolo.
I think that you've been waiting for something like this for a long time. Tell me, Felix, are you masking your love for Irene with pity?
Oh, your reason has gone.
Well, what else can I believe? What other possible reason can there be for this threat?
Do you know what these are, Niccolo?
Papers? Pieces of paper?
They are bills, hundreds of them. Look at them, Niccolo, bills. Bills that you have run up. Almost $5,000 worth of flowers, champagne, gifts.
What are you doing with this?
They were sent here to the company as attachments on your guarantee for the present season.
So?
So, it turns out, Niccolo, that there isn't any more guarantee. You've already been advanced way over your guarantee. At the moment, you owe the company almost an entire season.
Oh, I don't believe you. It's impossible.
It's not impossible, Niccolo.
But, Felix, this question of the money can so easily be solved. These creditors know me. They know that next season I will take care of...
Niccolo, there won't be any next season for you.
Oh, I don't understand. I have a contract.
I am going to break it.
You've waited for this moment for a long time. Haven't you?
You're being very stupid now, Niccolo.
I am being much more realistic about this than you can possibly imagine.
Are you really?
My reason hasn't gone. It's just that you have made a stupid mistake.
A mistake?
I am not a violent man. I dislike violence very much. But you really haven't given me any alternative. You have only given me one choice to make.
What do you mean?
The upper house is so quiet at night when no one is here. Listen, Felix. Not a sound.
What is wrong with you?
Look at the enormous shadows we throw from the stage from this work light.
Are you trying to frighten me? You won't, you know.
No, I am not trying to scare you, Felix. That would do no good at all.
Well, then what are you talking about?
The money problem was your business, but my association with Leola Dantes was no concern of yours, Felix. Not whatsoever.
Niccolo!
I grabbed this shirt and twisted the collar until his face grew red. And then I yanked at the work light, lifted it high, and with all my strength brought it crashing down on his head. I released my hand from his collar. He swayed for a moment and then fell awkwardly down upon the stage. I reached over and picked up the bills lying on the table. And then I heard it. A sound from out in the auditorium. A sound of something or someone. It was too dark to see anything. I rushed over to the electrician cage, threw the house light switch, and rushed back on the stage. There, sitting in the 6th or 7th row, staring at me in complete bewilderment, was a beady-eyed man wearing a brown jacket with a head of flaming red hair. You out there. Who are you? What are you doing out there? Don't sit there looking at me. Say something. Oh, so you are scared, is that it? Did you see everything? No, don't move. Wait, I want to talk to you. Come back now. I won't hurt you, I promise. Are you afraid of me? Why don't you answer me? You are afraid of me, aren't you? Come back here. You, come back. I want to talk to you. Come back! No. He was gone. I stood there and could feel the perspiration roll down off my face as I realized that a red-headed man had just witnessed the murder that I had committed.
is bringing you Mr. Eziopinza in Aria from Murder. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Harlow, the zoo has a giraffe with the longest neck in the world.
Ah, but it can't be as long as the life of an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, that world-famous Stay Full battery gives 70% longer life. And this is proven by tests conducted according to SAE minimum life cycle standards.
Harlow, when this giraffe takes a drink, the water doesn't get down for a month.
But half the Autolite Stay Full battery only needs a drink 3 times a year in normal car use.
This giraffe's neck is so long that when his head is in Tuesday, his tail is still in last week.
Now, there's a guy who needs fiberglass retaining mats to keep all the energy in one place. That's what they do for the Autolite Stay Full battery, because fiberglass retaining mats protect every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking and keep the power-producing materials in place for fast, dependable starts. So see your Autolite battery dealer. Have him install in your car an Autolite Stay Full battery. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Eziopinza in Elliot Lewis's production of Aria from Murder, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I stood in the alley next to the opera house for a long time. My mind was confused and I felt numb with pain. Not an abnormal reaction for a man who has just committed a murder, I believe. This witness of flaming red hair at that moment might have been on his way to the police. Oh, I was desperate. And a desperate man seeks refuge. My weakness was my refuge. And I went to my weakness.
Nicky, darling.
Leola.
Oh. Sit down, darling. I'll fix you a drink.
I need it.
Recognize the record, darling?
Yes.
It's one of your best, I thought.
It seems so long ago.
There's something wrong, Nicky?
Wrong, Leola. Oh, why, no, there is nothing wrong.
Oh. Here's your drink.
Thank you.
I know there's something wrong.
Why? Whatever gives you that idea?
Because you've forgotten. And it's not likely for you to forget, Nicky.
Forgotten?
You've forgotten to bring me something. And you never forget unless there's something wrong.
Oh, Leola, I am sorry.
Nicky, please, I know something is wrong. Now tell me what it is. Something to do with your wife? Has she found out?
No, nothing.
Well, then tell me, please.
Leola.
What is it, Nicky? Tell me. Please?
Leola, tell me you love me. Tell me.
Nicky, you know I do.
Oh, darling.
Nicky, no, wait, please. First tell me what it is.
Tonight, just after the performance, Felix Levin sent word that he wanted to see me on stage.
Go on, Nicky.
He knew all about us.
Oh, it had to come out sooner or later, didn't it, Nicky?
He threatened to go to Irene, my wife. He threatened to tell her everything. And then he threatened to go to the newspaper.
Oh?
Do you see what that would have meant?
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Oh, don't you understand, Leola? What it would involve, the scandal, the effect it would have on my reputation.
I see.
He offered to bargain with me.
Bargain?
Yes. If I would stop seeing you, he would remain silent. He became very adamant in his demand, and when I refused, he became violent. I, too, became violent, and in a rage, I hit him with the stage work light.
What are you trying to say?
Oh, Leola, I killed him.
Nick?
But then, Leola, while I was standing over his body, I heard a noise from out in the auditorium. Someone out there in the auditorium had seen the entire thing.
What?
I rose to turn the house lights on. A man wearing a brown coat with beady eyes and flaming red hair was sitting there looking at me.
Who was he?
Oh, I don't know. I've never seen him before in my life.
Are you sure he saw everything?
Oh, there is no doubt of it.
Well, I really don't know what to say. I think I suspected that something like this would happen.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Well, am I supposed to condone what you did, Nicky?
Oh, I need your help, Leola.
My help? How can I help you, Nicky?
Oh, Leola, darling, please.
This isn't something I asked you to do. It's best it happened this way. Because you'd have to wake up sometime. It's a hard, cruel world, Mr. Opera Singer. Am I supposed to comfort this thing? Am I supposed to become involved in this whole rotten mess all because you made a mistake?
But don't you understand that what I did for us to keep us together?
Take your last bow, Nicky. The curtain's about to ring down. Just like it falls on one of those operas you sing in.
Oh, don't you realize that if Phyllis had gone through with what he threatened to, it would have meant losing you?
Funny to see you standing there, so strong and yet so weak. So much like a little boy, and yet so very much an old man. Did you ever actually believe that I was capable of loving you?
Leola, I won't believe this. I won't believe it.
Put the key to the apartment on the table as you leave, Nicky.
I left Leola's apartment in a daze, and I went home just as a condemned man goes to the gallows and waited for the police. But the police never came. At least they didn't come the first day after the murder. The second day I did receive a call from the police. It was a routine check. They told me they wanted to know if I knew anything about the crime or if I suspected anyone. My answers were vague. I was safe from the police. Finally, not being able to contain myself any longer, I decided to call Leola just before my Saturday matinee of Boris Godunov.
That's the overture, Mr. Mazzini.
Yes, thank you.
Hello?
Niccolo, Leola.
Oh, it's you.
It looks like the police may dismiss the case.
What happened to the man in the brown coat and the flaming red hair, Nicky?
I don't know.
Are you sure there was such a man, Nicky?
Oh, I swear there was such a person, Leola. I swear to you.
Then you've been very fortunate, Nicky.
But why does he wait? Why doesn't he go to the police?
I don't know.
Oh, Leola, please. May I come to see you?
Not yet, Nicky. At least not until this whole thing is over completely.
Leola, please.
Let's say at least until we're sure that this man in the brown coat and red hair doesn't put in an appearance. Let's wait, Nicky. Shall we?
Yes, Leola. We'll wait. And so I waited for I didn't know what. Possibly I was waiting for a knock at the door or the ring of the phone, expecting at any moment it would be the police. At the end of the second week, I found myself beginning to regain my composure. But yet, beneath that composure, I still waited. On Friday night, I was to sing as Camillo. While putting on my makeup in my dressing room, I received a phone call. Hello.
Hello, Nick.
Who is this, please? I am busy.
I was just telling my friends my brown coat needs to be clean and pressed, and I need a haircut.
What are you talking about?
Barbers tell me that men with red hair are the best conversationalists.
You?
Yeah, me.
Who are you? Who are you?
If you'd run a little faster, you might have caught me. Tell me, what would you have done to me if you had caught me, Nick? The same thing you did to Felix Levine?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, let's not be corny, Nick.
Why didn't you go to the police? Why didn't you?
You sing well, Nick. You're a great singer. And I admire you. I sing, too. You know that? I sing very well.
Listen to me.
I haven't got the time right now, Nick. I think I'll call you in a day or so and let you know just how well I want you to sing.
But listen to me.
It's going to be an expensive song. Just remember that. A real expensive song.
Wait. Wait. Please, please. The man in the brown coat and flaming red hair had finally come out from his hiding place. And now I knew the reason why he had remained silent. He was going to blackmail me. He had seen everything. There was no escape for me now. I was helpless. How was I going to pay any demands he might make? As for the other creditors, I could easily have taken care of them. But this new creditor, his was a demand that could not be taken care of. Yes, this man in the brown jacket with flaming red hair had my life in his hands. And he knew it. That evening, my performance in Carmen was a mockery. I sang as Camillo as if in a trance. I think that even the cast around me suspected something was wrong. Saturday, I waited for his phone call, but it didn't come. Then in the afternoon, I received a call to report to the Opera House wardrobe room for a costume fitting. I went down. I walked down the long side alley entrance to the Opera House. I opened the door and stepped in.
Hello, Mr. Mazzini.
The doorman greeted me, and I nodded to him. And as I lifted my head, there, sitting next to the doorman, his back to me, was the man in the brown coat and flaming red hair. I walked rapidly across the stage. I made my way back to a darkened corner from where I could watch the two of them. What was he doing? Had he purposely exposed himself to me? It must have been half an hour, and the doorman received the phone call and left. Now, the man with red hair was sitting at the stage door alone, his back to me. I felt behind me, and my hand closed upon a wooden stage brace. Then I made my way carefully against the back brick wall of the Opera House. I was only a few feet from him now. I looked around. There was no one in sight. And then I was upon him. I brought the stage brace crashing down in his head. He did not cry out. And I caught him before he fell off the chair. I held him in my arms waiting. No sounds. No one other. Good. I lifted him upon my shoulders and in darkness made my way back to my dressing room. I kicked the door closed behind me, emptied my traveling trunk and deposited the body in it. In the morning, I could have the trunk delivered to my home and dispose of its contents. I left the Opera House. A great weight had suddenly been lifted from my shoulders. As I arrived at the Opera House tonight, I knew that I was to give a performance of opera that the patrons would never forget. A few minutes before I was to go on stage, I was putting the finishing touches on my makeup. Hello.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Hi.
Have you thought over what I said, Nick? Have you thought about singing for me?
But you're dead.
You gotta convince me, Nick. I feel very much alive. I feel like singing.
This is a joke.
Tomorrow, Nick. I want you to sing for me tomorrow. Sing for, say, about $25,000. That should keep me from singing.
I don't understand.
I'll phone you tomorrow, Nick.
Wait. I placed the phone back on the hook and walked toward the trunk. I lifted the lid The man who lay in that trunk was the man who had seen me kill Felix Levine. No, I had not made a mistake, Lieutenant. I am sure you can guess the obvious.
Viola Dante.
Yes. She was the only other person besides the man with the red hair who knew about Felix Levine.
This other guy who called you.
It must have been somebody she hired. The woman for whom I had killed twice had betrayed me.
We call it blackmail, Mr. Mancini.
Oh, it matters so little now.
Well, we'll pick him up and then we'll be down for you.
I shall be ready.
You're on, Mr. Mancini.
Coming. With your permission, Lieutenant Morgan, I go to give my finish. My final performance.
Sing well, Mr. Mancini.
What a voice. Far and few between. Where's Red? I don't know where he is. Saw him around this afternoon, and he just disappeared.
He wanted to hear Mazzini, didn't he?
Are you kidding? Mazzini's his whole life. I don't think there's anything in the world he wouldn't do for Mazzini.
Well, that's because he wanted to be a singer himself, probably.
A singer? That crazy redhead a singer? How could a guy who was born a mute be a singer?
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Night star, Mr. Eziopinza.
Well, Harlow, if you're through horsing around, I'll go now.
Nay, Hap. Not till I tell you that Autolite makes more than 400 products for trucks, cars, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Electric windshield wipers, spark plugs, starting motors, batteries, bullseye steel beam headlights, coils, distributors, generators, wire, and battery cable. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. And because all Autolite parts are original factory parts, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, Mr. Paul Douglas in Fragile Contents Death. And in weeks to come, you'll hear Fred McMurray, to be followed by the First Lady of Suspense, Miss Agnes Moorehead. And then on February 22nd, in answer to your many requests, Backseat Driver, repeated for you with its original stars, Fibber McGee and Molly. All on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Led Bluskin. Portions of this program were transcribed. Aria from Murder was written for Suspense by Richard George Petticini. Included in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns, Kathy Lewis, and Wally Mayer.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Paul Douglas, as a postmaster who knows there are explosives in the mail and has only 5 hours to find them. The story we call Fragile Contents Death.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite Standard Type or Resistor Type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.